me water. The one woman comes over and asks if I wanted to have a cupcake. So the staff was fantastic,
Right.
but the policies, I think, were terrible.
That's, I think, what it is it's the policies that other people put into place, and now you have these cast members that are the ones enforcing it and are like, ugh.
So the other thing that bugged me was I was very much looking forward to going to Galaxy's Edge, going to Doc Ondar's, and shopping and buying some of the unique stuff. And they didn't have jack in there. Not only did they not have anything cool, new, or interesting, they had a 20-minute wait in line to look at the lightsabers that they had in the case if you wanted to buy something.
Mm-hmm.
A 20-minute wait to spend $200 and some dollars.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That's ridiculous. And they had a guy sitting there enforcing, almost like he had a cattle prod, making sure people were bunched up on top of each other because the lines were packed so tight.
Right.
That was such a turnoff for me. It really was. What else did we have? Finding a seat at the quick serve was like, almost impossible. You had people just circling around waiting for someone to get up.
Right. Now, we did eat at the docking station.
Right.
And that, again, didn't have a problem, because they asked when you got there, did you do a mobile order or are you placing an order? Because they had two separate lines.
Right. They let you get in to order something, which was nice because I could at least get in and cool off.
Right. And then, just like, the quick serve. But we've had that before where there weren't always tables available depending on what time.
Well, before our quick serve was always the way that we went because the mobile ordering was how we went because that was our secret weapon.
Right. And now everybody does it. So, of course, you need the app to do it. And, but it worked out. We still got a meal. We still had a table.
Couldn't book anything with Savi's workshop to build a lightsaber.
Well, and honestly, if we had tried to book it when we had made our reservations, we probably would have.
I shouldn't have to book spending $400.
I understand that.
6 months in advance. I shouldn't have to do that.
Right. But that's the thing is when we went 2 years ago, we made those reservations as soon as we could make them and got them.
My biggest concern here was I couldn't even see that there weren't reservations or how to make that. It wasn't even an option. Right. It took you a while to find
because I had to search. I did a search for Savi's and...
Right.
Again, it was a whole secret thing because if I didn't know what to call it, I wouldn't have been able to find it. There was nothing obvious. Again, you had to search, but you had to know what you were searching for. So
there were far fewer character interactions at Galaxy's Edge this time than the last time.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere you looked, last time we were there was a character you were bumping into them left and right.
Right.
There were 2 or 3.
Kylo Ren and some stormtroopers.
Right.
That was
and
about it.
At one point in time, Chewbacca and somebody else was up on a platform somewhere.
Oh, see, I didn't even see them.
You couldn't interact with them. They were basically up there just waving at people like it was a parade float.
Right. Well, that even happened when we were in Epcot. Pooh Bear was behind a fence.
Oh, yeah. They stuck him out in the sun,
the poor Pooh Bear.
Man.
He was melting, I'm sure. Yeah. So.
The other issue I had was solo rider times, not single rider. It was solo rider at Smuggler's Run, which I thought was funny.
Right.
They don't publish them.
Right.
You didn't know. The only way we knew it was a 5-minute single rider line was because we overheard someone say it. And we're like, excuse me, how long is a single rider? And they're like, 5 minutes. I'm like, all right, let's go.
Right.
And like one other person did the same thing. And it's like, given how bad your application works for booking these rides, how are you not? It's not up on the signs.
Right.
Nobody's out there. They had one cast member come out and start saying, hey, 5-minute single rider ride if anybody wants to get on.
Right.
How do you not have a provision for that?
Right. And that's something. So going back to Epcot, Test Track has been a single rider ride for as long as I can remember. So most people know about it. So they have, 3 separate entrances for it. And then, of course, as soon as you get close, they're like, oh, don't forget, your party will be separated, blah, 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 and you go on. I had only known about Soarin' having it from watching somebody else's video. So if I didn't watch that other person's video, I wouldn't have known. And I think at Soarin', they're still doing it as a test. It's not official. And again, we had gotten it as the one lightning lane, and when we went up, I was like, oh, are you guys still doing, oh, look, and they basically just have like a cast member holding a sign saying single rider, and then you go on. Smuggler's Run, I wasn't sure if they were doing it until we got to the front of it, and we're like, oh, okay, great. And we, I think it took us longer to walk the whole entrance.
That's just poor planning and poor execution on Disney's part. That's a major selling point that you could be using to enhance people's visits there, especially with the crappy system that you put in place instead of the fast passes.
Right.
So we, at one point in time, wanted to go over to Star Wars Launch Bay and cool off, look at the stuff they had there, see if there's anything to shop for. And it was literally a ghost town.
Right.
They shut down the Little Mermaid thing that was there. They shut down the gift shop that was there.
Right. Little Mermaid has been shut down since.
But everything was shut down. The only thing that was open was a couple of the Play Disney thing.
Right. But they did have Star Wars characters. That was still open.
Yeah, if you walked 5 miles back,
well, that was the whole thing, right?
Because they weren't advertising it anymore.
Right. Well, no, they had the sign when you got to the area, so you had to know. But yeah, that was the whole thing, because the Launch Bay area, there was the whole shop there, and then you'd walk through the shop, and then they'd have the characters and artifacts from the
but again,
from the movies and things.
It was like just a completely forgotten area.
Right. It was just kind of, and the other thing too was it closed at 5.
Right.
So then that whole section, even though there wasn't a whole lot to the section to begin with, became even more of a ghost town, because again, you already had the Little Mermaid that they haven't reopened Little Mermaid yet. So the little princess store right next to it, that shut down. Then there's a Play Disney gift shop that hasn't opened yet. So you had the couple of characters, but no gift shop. And then you had...
Like at that point in time, just shut the whole area down and block it off.
Exactly.
You're just... It's ridiculous to even have a couple of things open.
Right.
Like I went to get the scooter. I could have swore I saw a tumbleweed blow through. It was so deserted over there.
Well, the squirrels were more entertaining over there.
It was embarrassing.
Yeah, it was
really
kind of sad. And the other thing too was, like, Maddie and I did the Muppet movie, and there's a Muppet gift shop as soon as you get out. And I was like, all right, as soon as we get out, we'll go into the, gift shop to cool off. And that wasn't open too. So that was really kind of the first, seeing a lot of the gift shops that weren't open, because in Epcot doesn't have as many little gift shops along the way, because you have all of the different countries, so all of those were open. So we really didn't see the effect of things until we got, to Epcot.
All right, 5 minutes, Magic Kingdom, and then we got to summarize.
Okay.
Go ahead. You go.
Okay, so for the Magic Kingdom, that was our Halloween party. As you had mentioned before, with the Halloween party, they let you get into the park 3 hours before your park time. So, of course, there's, tons of lines to try and get in, everybody to get in. And, of course, because of the holiday party, you have a special band, so it takes longer to get in. And, of course, the storms are coming. So you got people that are trying to leave the park, people trying to come in the park. So, of course, very crowded, at the beginning of it. And it always seems to be kind of disorganized no matter what time you go. So I don't know if it's something where if we actually went closer to 7 o'clock or closer to 6 o'clock, if we wouldn't run into that or not.
Well, and what would make sense if they did that is you do a rope drop type thing. Mm-hmm. And for all the people who are coming in for the party, you get them checked in, you get their bands on in that time ahead of time, because they're all queuing up.
Yeah, because that happened
and then you have a rope drop when you let them in.
Because that happened when we did, when we did the Christmas party?
I think it was a Christmas party.
Where you actually checked in at the Polynesian.
Right.
And you got your band and everything, so you were already checked in, so as soon as you got off the monorail, you went right in. So they need to kind of go back to that system of, checking in someplace else. Mm-hmm. I will say, though, that their security system has gotten better, because they don't do every bag being checked.
Right.
So you kind of go through a metal detector, some sort of scanning thing.
I don't know if that's better or if it's just more lax to get people through.
I don't know, but it seemed to go smoother. So that was at least a positive that I saw. But obviously here was another instance. Now, again, don't know how much of it was because it was the holiday party or not. But again, we saw a lot of different shops that were closed. But
Right.
again, not every shop is always open for the holiday party.
Well, and some of the
So-
shops we know were closed because they turned them into other things.
Right, exactly. And then some rides or certain attractions, they turn over to trick-or-treating, areas. The one thing that was bizarre was, because again, they have all these different trick-or-treating sections, and they didn't start handing out candy until 7 o'clock. And at one point, we were in Tomorrowland, and it was 6 o'clock, and there was a line forming
And they
for
were letting people
people
form a line, which was
to wait for
idiotic.
candy,
Yeah.
for free candy.
for a couple
that-
pieces of candy you'd get.
So we were just like, no, we're going to go on some other rides. So that was kind of crazy. But once the party kind of started, and also once the rain kind of died down, we really didn't have too many issues. It kind of spread out because then you have the people, because there are people that go to the party just to go and see the specialty characters that only come out for the holiday party.
Right.
Then you have people that are just doing the trick-or-treating. Then you have some people that are there to see the special Halloween parade and to see the special Halloween fireworks. So it kind of helps to break it up, because that's when Maddie was able to get on Splash Mountain in 5 minutes. Big Thunder Mountain in 5 minutes. I think Space Mountain was 20 minutes. I think
Yeah.
that was her longest wait. Haunted Mansion, I think it was about 20 minutes, maybe even less, for us to get on that.
So let's summarize before we leave here.
Sure.
Give me a score, 1 out of 10, 10 being the highest of your overall Disney experience. Give me that artificially high score you're going to give me.
7.
Really? Wow, I would not have thought it would have been that low.
Really?
Yeah.
You would have thought I would have given it higher.
I thought you would have been an 8 or a 9.
Ha ha.
I'd probably give it about a 5.
Mm-hmm.
And really, my problem was more with management and execution.
Mm-hmm.
Poor planning, and you can blame it on the fact that they haven't brought all their staff back, whatever
Right.
you want to blame it on.
Yeah.
But there's ways to compensate for that. And to me, it was a disappointing experience.
The one highlight of our trip, and I think we can both agree on this,
Steve from Brooklyn.
Steve from Brooklyn.
Absolutely. Steve from Brooklyn. He was so close to restoring my faith in Disney. He was so optimistic. He was the best bus driver we ever had.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He was so good. I almost want to use Facebook again so I can follow him. Almost. But Facebook's too evil.
Right. So fortunately, I'm already friends with him. So,
Yeah.
and I had been friends with him already. And when he pulled up, I was like,
That was a
I'm
that
Facebook
was
friends
a
with you.
magical experience. And I don't use that term very often for
Mhm.
Disney, but that was a magical experience. And
Right.
I thank him for that.
yes.
All right, that is all we had for today, and probably that's more than enough. We kind of cut some of my complaints short because I, do have a heart condition with blood pressure and everything. So, before we do go though, I would like to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all of our network's podcasts can be found under Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We're also on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 146. Help me, Obi-Wan Filoni. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest once again today is Sam Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Good. How are you?
Good. So we didn't have a chance to finish our discussion in our last episode. We ran kind of long. Very good discussion, though. But we had to kind of cut our third segment out. So we're going to kind of expand on that a little bit here. Today we're going to continue that discussion where we're talking about Star Wars 10 years into Disney's stewardship of the franchise. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the two men who kept the franchise alive and given us a new hope, pun intended. And of course, I'm referring to Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. Then we're going to take a look at the future of the franchise based on recently discussed projects that were revealed during Star Wars Celebration in Anaheim. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all the network podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can find a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. We'd love to get your ideas on topics and how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, you can find us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, let's get into it.
Let's get into it. So before we dig too deep into where we're going with Star Wars, I thought it would be worthwhile to kind of go back and take a look at the two men, I think, that have been attributed to reviving and keeping the franchise alive, and the first being Dave Filoni. Filoni himself has gone back in animation back into the mid to late 90s, working on things like King of the Hill, The Oblongs, Kim Possible, Lilo and Stitch, the series. So he's had interactions with Disney through his animation. But the one big project that he really worked on that I think that established him, because he was moving from a writer role and animation work into directing, and that's Avatar: The Last Airbender from 2005. You're familiar with that show, aren't you?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite animated shows of all time, not just animated. I actually did a recent rewatch of it, probably within the last year or two. It's a fantastic show, and you really can see it's not just a kid show. I wouldn't even say it's a kid show at all. It deals with some heavy stuff. There's really cool action in it, really cool themes, and it was one of the first shows I remember when I was growing up watching, thinking, okay, this is different. This is what the animation medium can be, and this is what storytelling can be in a lot of ways, where it's complicated, but also at the end of the day, it's very simple, and it tugs at your heartstrings, and it really connects with you. And I think that as we go through and we see what Filoni does with Star Wars, you can see a lot of his strengths in Avatar that is then translated into Star Wars with similar storytelling techniques.
Yeah, and from Avatar, he moves on into the Lucasfilm world with Clone Wars in 2008. And it's funny, he had relayed a very interesting story. When he got the call to meet Lucas, he didn't believe it because he was a huge Star Wars fan.
Yeah, I've heard the story.
To begin with, yeah. And he thought it was a prank. So he agreed to meet Lucas to discuss a 3D animated project for Lucasfilm Animation. Well, animation was new ground for Star Wars at the time, so he assumed that was there to kind of feed the prank a little bit, and Lucasfilm Animation didn't even exist as far as he knew. It was a brand new division of Lucasfilm. So when he went to go meet with him, he wound up telling one of the members, one of the producers, during the call that, oh, I'm in the process of building my own Jedi costume in my garage at the time. Now, he's my age, so he was in 97, 30 years ago now almost? 20 years ago? I don't know. Math is hard.
20 years.
20 years ago. So he's in his early to mid-20s, all right? So I can relate to that because I was going through the same types of things, and there was this lull in Star Wars, and everybody wanted to see more Star Wars after, the re-release of the anniversary edition and stuff like that. So it was kind of funny that he really didn't believe that he was being given this opportunity. But what really caught George's eye was his work on Avatar, because so many of the themes that they wind up dealing with in Clone Wars, they dealt with in Avatar. What are some of the parallels from the two shows that you really see his handiwork in?
Yeah, I mean, Star Wars in general, there's always a theme of found family, especially if you get into Rebels and Clone Wars, the idea of that family doesn't necessarily have to be blood, but the people that you find along the way that then become your family. That's a very big thing in Avatar. The idea of like the sins of parents kind of influencing their children, you get that in Avatar with Zuko and his father, and then in Star Wars with obviously Luke and Vader. I'm trying to think of, I feel like there's another big one I'm missing, but really the found family thing is like the big thing, and Filoni's ability to really capture this tight-knit group of people that, would do anything for each other. And that's more Rebels, which I think he actually pitched Rebels before Clone Wars. Clone Wars is kind of more expansive, but you still have that core group of, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and eventually Ahsoka. But yeah, I think Filoni's ability to really get down to the heart of things and tell those stories is kind of what made him the guy going into this.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned the overarching theme of Clone Wars. Clone Wars was originally a George Lucas concept that came out of Attack of the Clones, Return of the Jedi, stuff like that. Lucas wanted to tell that story that he couldn't tell in between the films, and that first season was really a lot of what he wanted to do with that. After that first season was sort of when he kind of gave the reins to Filoni at that point, and then you really start to see this series get deeper and more character development. I mean, it's really hard to take an army of people that are the same person and make them all distinctive, and every episode did exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, and I'll probably hit on it again, but that Clone Wars does so well is that it takes these genre stories of Westerns, I think I said it in the last episode, Westerns and noir and crime dramas and all these different things, and puts it in Star Wars. And that's where a lot of the best arcs in Clone Wars comes from, is, Star Wars doesn't always have to be about the Skywalkers. It doesn't always have to be about, the same like three things over and over again, which is where you get some of the failings in the movies because they're so, hamstrung by these couple of topics. But in Clone Wars, because it's a TV show and you have more time to stretch it out, you can cover so many different themes and topics and storytelling devices.
Yeah, and I remember when Clone Wars came out, they had talked about how they're going to distinguish the personalities of the clones. And the big thing that they kind of latched onto was, they're going to have different hairstyles. And it was like, that's really not going to cut it.
Yeah.
And that's what the first season was. It was, this guy's got a mohawk and this guy's got a buzz cut. And it was like they were all the same person in really that first season. It wasn't until Filoni really started to get involved with it that you started to find out that they were all distinct personalities. It wasn't just a haircut.
Yeah, and two things I want to mention in that. I think in the first season we get the episode Rookies, which is where it's all about the clones, and we get I'm blanking on, all the Star Wars fans are going to bash me, but we get that original team of clones that we eventually follow through the entire show. And that's when you start to get their different personalities. And I want to shout out D. Bradley Baker, who does the voice for all the clones. He's like ridiculous. If you watch Bad Batch, he does all the voices there. He does all the voices of all the clones. And the more opportunities they give him to do it, the better he gets at it. Because you mentioned the haircut thing, but it really is the vocal performance too of Baker giving each of these individual people who look the same, aside from cosmetic differences, but who has the same face, distinct personalities just through the vocal performance. And if you have any interest in animation and voice acting, it's like a masterclass in what you can do just by little changes to your voice.
Yeah, it is great. And in fact, when we were down a couple years back at Star Wars Celebration in Orlando, they did it was a continuing storyline that they were doing that was an on-stage read-through.
Oh, wow.
And he participated in that.
He was there?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was fantastic to see these guys up on stage, all the voice actors doing a read-through of this story. It was incredible. You could probably find it on YouTube still.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. Wow.
Yeah, it was a great experience to actually see that and to see how they work together, because it's not even like, because when they do the show, they're recording their dialogue in separate, studio sessions and stuff like that. But when they're up on stage, they're riffing off of each other.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking at the person that they're actually reading dialogue to, and they're almost emoting it out. I mean, they're sitting on chairs and stuff like that. They're not up acting it out, but you can see the emotion on their faces when they do this. And when he changes characters, you can see a change in his posture as he's doing a different character.
It reminds me of Andy Serkis, for all you Lord of the Rings fans out there. He did an interview recently on Colbert where he was talking about recording the audiobooks for Lord of the Rings, which are very good if you want to check them out. But he was talking about, because he does all the voices, so he was talking about, and he was physically demonstrating how when he does Gollum, he has two personalities. He'll go from one side of the mic to the other to do the different two aspects of the personality. And it's things like that where, like, I don't know, I'm like such a nerd for like voice acting and things like that, because I just think it's so cool and it's so impressive. And this show is an example of that, Clone Wars. And like with most things with the show, it gets better as it goes. And not just D. Bradley Baker, but Ashley Johnson as Ahsoka Tano, James. I was gonna look up the other two names of Anakin and Obi-Wan, but they're also great. Because it's not Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor. They got new actors, and in some aspects, I think they do a better job than Hayden and Ewan did at some points, especially Obi-Wan. I think Obi-Wan's voice is awesome.
Well, and part of that is the fact that there's so much more character development that happens over this time. You've got so much more freedom to express emotions and regret and development of that character that you don't have that level of freedom in a 2-hour movie.
Yeah. Matt Lanter is Anakin Skywalker, and James Arnold Taylor is Obi-Wan. I just want to make sure I get those names right. Also, a bunch of other people. Corey Burton as Count Dooku is like one of the best voices in the show. It's great, and you should all go watch it.
Just to confirm, it was season 1, episode 5 was Rookies.
Yeah, so I mean, season 1 is definitely rough, and definitely it can be like, you're like, okay, do I really want to watch more of this? But episodes like Rookies really are like, okay, there's potential here.
Sure. And
is it a coincidence that's when George leaves that the quality steps up? I don't know. I don't want to bash him too hard, but
well, George was never famous for his dialogue, right?
Exactly. So I think if you don't have to, you can cherry pick some episodes from season 1. And I would say you could probably skip the whole movie. I don't know if we want to cover the movie, but the movie was rough. It's only kind of worth it to see Ahsoka get introduced, but she's also unbearable in that movie. But she's unbearable at the beginning, but then by the end, it makes her character progression even better. So, and Rex too. We get Rex in that movie, who's great.
Yes, we do, and I'll reserve judgment on Ahsoka.
Yes, we've had discussions about Ahsoka.
The jury for me is still out on Ahsoka. My biggest thing with Ahsoka was she was a character that shouldn't have existed. The only reason she existed was to appeal to a certain demographic for the TV show. That was all she was created for.
I mean, in Filoni's pitches for what was going to be Rebels, George handpicked out Ahsoka and was like, hey, we should have her. Of all the characters he pitched, he picked Ahsoka and was like, hey, let's develop her. And then they did.
The problem that I have with that is, canonically, how do you go through the entire episode 3 of Revenge of the Sith? He's still a Padawan in Revenge of the Sith. How do you go through all of that? Or he's an apprentice still. He's not a Padawan. He's an apprentice. How do you go through that? He's never made a master. He never never mentions that he's had this Padawan that went through, 3 years of the Clone Wars and all this stuff. How do you never mention that?
Well, So they kind of tried to fix that a little bit.
Oh, they did a terrible job retconning that.
With the last season of Clone Wars, where you get the animated versions of Revenge of the Sith, and you see, I don't know, I think it's good because you get because you know what's going to happen to Anakin, and it makes Ahsoka like a tragic character because she cares about him so much, and it's like, I don't know, George picked her out of a lineup after he made all the movies, all right?
And that's the problem, is they tried to shoehorn her into a storyline after they had a story.
All of Clone Wars is that, though. We have to go back and retro, that's kind of the thing Filoni does, is he takes what are the movies and tries to make them better with TV shows. And he did that with Clone Wars, where the prequels are of just better if you watch Clone Wars, because you get, it's not just one elevator conversation between Anakin and Obi-Wan. It's multiple interactions where you really believe that these guys are friends. And it makes, and the clones in general, you really care about the clones. And when Order 66 happens in that final season, it's really heartbreaking, especially for what happens to Ahsoka.
Absolutely. That I will agree with. However, the one area that he failed to do any justice to in Clone Wars from the movies was Jar Jar. Jar Jar was still annoying.
At the end, Jar Jar gets one arc with Mace Windu that's not awful, but everything else kind of is. He gets one arc.
I still think Jar Jar is a secret Sith Lord who started the whole thing.
Hey, George said Jar Jar was the key to all of this, so we can take that however we want.
So, all right, so he moves on from Clone Wars, does a fantastic job with that. He gets his Rebels, which I liked Rebels. I think Rebels worked very well. I think it wound up falling into that same siloing issue that Star Wars tends to do, where you have this entire galaxy and this whole thing takes place basically on one planet.
Yeah, Lothal.
And it's not a particularly compelling planet.
No, it's just like a field.
Right. Like there's literally nothing there.
Until the final season when everything's there.
Right. So that's kind of where it was a stretch for me, and it kind of fell off. But one thing they did that was really good with that was they gave you the expansion of the understanding of the Force.
Yeah.
When they tried to do that in Clone Wars with the
father daughter.
Yeah,
son.
I forget the name of it.
It starts with an M. Mortis?
Mortis, yes. That was interesting because they actually tried to tie that into the novels that were happening at the time with Legacy of the Jedi novels, I think it was. And they had this ultimate villain, and she was associated with the father and all that stuff. Very interesting. Shows up as one of the monster villains in Star Wars role playing.
Oh, really?
SW5E.
Huh, that's neat.
So he does that. He does Forces of Destiny, which was the.
Can I talk about Rebels a little bit? Because Rebels,
I was just going to skip right over.
I noticed that. We're just going to blow through Rebels. Rebels is definitely worth watching. I think in a lot of regards, it's on the same tier. We talked, we spoke very highly of Clone Wars, but I think Rebels is right there. I mean, Rebels. The problem with Rebels is it's like a kid show in the beginning, and it does, which is that a Filoni thing? Is that like a network thing? Who knows? I think it's a network thing.
Well, let me stop you there for a second, because I read the prequel novels before this that introduced the characters.
Okay.
They are not kid friendly.
Yeah.
Like, he's this addled former drug addict, and he's working in the underworld, and he sees her and has a crush on her. It's really off the wall.
Okay.
And then when I saw the series, I was like, wait a second, these aren't even the same characters that they introduced. So that was kind of a shock for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's definitely the hampering of it, is that it is a kid's show for a lot of it. But it also does, I mentioned it earlier with that found family thing, and that's something you don't really get a lot in Clone Wars, but the crew of the Ghost is like a family, and it's almost from the very beginning, and it's really, really genuine, and you get a lot of really good moments, and every character gets their own arcs and things like that to really flesh them out, and it's really, I think that's cool. I also like the original trilogy era, even though the art style in that show is weird because they tried to do the rough Macquarie stuff, but that just doesn't translate to animation very well. So if you look up a photo of Yoda, he looks like a monster, more of a monster than he actually looks like. I would definitely say watch Rebels, especially if you liked Clone Wars and you want kind of more of that similar storytelling. Season 2 is really good. We get Ahsoka back, and we get Ahsoka Vader fight, and it's really cool. It's one of the coolest finales I've ever seen in a show. But yeah, definitely don't just skip by Rebels. I would say definitely check it out.
Okay, so I won't skip by it. Sorry.
Forces of Destiny we can skip because I didn't watch that.
Well, Forces of Destiny was more a marketing campaign than anything else. They had to come up with some stories to sell some toys, and that's really what Forces of Destiny was. And it was catered to young girls and stuff like that. I don't really have much to say about Forces of Destiny.
Same thing with the next show too. I also didn't watch this.
Resistance was terrible. Oh, the animation was terrible. The storylines. This was one of the things that they tried to do to bridge the gap from Return of the Jedi to Force Awakens, and it was just awful. It really was. I mean, this is one of the ones where Filoni kind of fell flat on his face.
Well, yeah, like I said, I never checked either of those two shows out, but I mean, I'm sure someone had a good time animating it, so hopefully they got something out of it.
Well, there you go. And then we have Clone Wars 2, otherwise known as The Bad Batch.
Woo! I talked very highly about Bad Batch last week. Maybe not very highly. It's good. It's more Clone Wars, like you said, Clone Wars 2. You get characters from Clone Wars and Rebels. It kind of becomes a thing that they do now where it's a cameo fest, but you get more D. Bradley Baker crushing it as all the clones, Rekka, Tech. He doesn't do Omega. That's somebody else. I forget her name, but it's a young girl or a woman. But yeah, if you liked the family aspect of Rebels and the actiony war tale of Clone Wars, it's kind of like a merging of those two things.
Yes, that I would tend to agree with. And Bad Batch, I think, is pretty good. The only complaint I have about Bad Batch, and you and I disagreed on this last week, is how much they devoted the last season of Clone Wars to setting this up as an offshoot. They wasted a lot of episodes that they could have used to really wrap up that story arc better than they did, because they wasted a lot of episodes of that last season of Clone Wars that they brought back.
Yeah, I mean, they could have. I think they wasted way more time with the Rava.
Absolutely.
Rafa, and I forget her sister's name, but those people that show up in Bad Batch.
Yeah, because they got to reuse them.
Yeah,
they spent all that time animating them, so
especially that with this is it. Like Ahsoka's back, and we see where Ahsoka's been, and then she's hanging out. There's wacky adventures with these two sisters. It's what are we? Why? And
that was almost felt like an extension of Forces of Destiny, the way that it went down. That's really what it felt like.
The stuff with the Bad Batch, like I said, we talked about it last week, but those episodes were basically already scripted and made and blocked. So I think that they were in there because we had already shown the fans this, and people are going to expect that if we're going to give it the full budget that this final season got, which is why it looks awesome. In terms of visuals and animation quality, it's a huge step up.
See, and the problem that I have there is you're retconning. Okay, the Bad Batch.
They're like X-Men.
Right. How were they never mentioned before? They come into Clone Wars with this reputation of being the A-Team. And you've never seen them before. You've never heard of them before. They don't show up on any kind of news feeds, nothing. They just come in with this reputation.
Well, this is what happens
you're supposed to believe it.
When everything's a prequel and we never move forward. When we're constantly backtracking to fill in gaps, this is what's going to happen. It's inevitable. When the movies are the blueprint and then we try to fill in every possible second of the timeline with new characters, there's just not a whole lot you can do.
And I get that, and I accept it. I just don't like it.
We tried moving forward, and no one liked that. So,
well. All right, so let's take a quick break, and we're going to come back and kind of do a recap on Happy when we come back. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. We are talking Disney and things. Star Wars mostly, but everyone starts out in Disney at some point.
Yeah,
right?
the large looming shadow of the mouse.
So 10 years in, since they've owned it, and we're talking about where they came with it. And the other person who seems to be the man of the hour with resurrecting Star Wars and keeping it going is Jon Favreau, who started out with Disney back in 2008, directing Iron Man and portraying Happy Hogan in Iron Man. And he had a rather storied career with Marvel. What are your candid thoughts on Jon Favreau?
Yeah, I looked ahead at the notes and I saw that we were going to talk about Jon Favreau. I'm not a big Jon Favreau guy. I don't think he's that talented of a director. I think he's, I use the phrase Disney hack off air, maybe. But I like Iron Man, the first one. He also did a movie called Chef. That's pretty good. He stars and directed that. Those movies are good. I don't know. You look at, we have the list here. Iron Man 2, no one likes that movie. Jungle Book, the 2016 remake, The Lion King 2019 remake. Both of those movies just felt like such, corporate kind of cash grabs, especially Lion King. Because
the live-action remakes that were 99% CGI.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. They're not live action. They're just not. They're animated, okay? Just because it looks like a real lion, which it doesn't make it live action. They didn't, cast a lion. It doesn't matter. The Lion King especially was a personal offense to me because I'm a big fan of the original movie, and the new one was just so, I didn't watch it, so you can disregard my opinion if you like, but it's just so soulless, and I think it's the epitome of Disney as a corporate machine, and I think Jon Favreau is on the front of that face of that.
Because they didn't have the songs in it, that's why.
They only have 4 of the songs, and they redid them and they were awful. Anyway. I'm sure Jon Favreau, he made his money. He's a very successful guy, and I'm happy for him for that.
Happy, I get it.
Yeah.
So what about producing? So producing, he did pretty much everything with Marvel so far. He's been involved with Avengers, Iron Man, Infinity War, Endgame, Age of Ultron. Do you think that his hand with Marvel has been worthwhile? Has he contributed to it? Has he detracted from it? They keep him in it, so
yeah.
He must be doing something right.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways he's similar to Filoni, where if you look at a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, and, it's all manufactured, so take it with a grain of salt anyway, but Favreau seems like he is a fan of the Marvel source material, and when he gets to stuff with Star Wars, he seems like he's a fan of that source material too. And even if he is, the corporate shill I make him out to be, even if he's
don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel.
Even if he's a little bit of a fan, that's going to translate at some point. He's not someone that's totally unfamiliar with these properties, coming in trying to shoehorn it into whatever story he wants to tell. He respects the source material, and he has also, he's found a way to adapt it to a whole new audience. So there's credit there.
So as a fan, he did participate in Clone Wars as the voice of Pre Vizsla.
Yeah,
which actually he told an interesting story about this. He was on set doing some post work for Iron Man 2 at the time, and was invited to come in and do the voice for him. And all of a sudden, he adopts that persona, moving forward in the shows. Then they bring him back in for Mandalorian. Now, everyone kind of really got juiced about Jon Favreau because of what he did with Mandalorian. What are your thoughts on? Obviously, you're not a huge fan of his Marvel work or his other Disney movie work. How is he now with Star Wars?
I'm a big fan of Mandalorian. I talked about that last week. It's I think it's the best modern Star Wars thing to come out of this whole, the acquisition and everything. I think it's the most promising thing going forward of what we can do with this universe. And it's, Favreau's been a big part of that. And, I give him a ton of credit for that, because it's kind of like what he did with Iron Man, where, this is the guy for this universe going forward. And we're going to center things around him and have that property be the thing. And I think Favreau's good at that. And I think he did it again with Star Wars. So
now, did you ever get a chance to watch the Disney Gallery documentary on the Mandalorian?
I did not.
That's worth watching, because he hosts it and he kind of does all the interviews with all the other directors. Because remember, Mandalorian Season 1 was directed by 5 different directors.
Yeah.
So it wasn't him directing everything. He was really the showrunner for it more than anything.
Okay, so I was thinking of something else. I did watch a couple of these. I didn't watch all of them, but I did watch a couple of these episodes. Because I remember that's where you get a lot of the cool behind-the-scenes stuff that
Yeah.
So those were fun to watch, especially hearing the Filoni one. I remember being really good, because he talks about you get, he's just a fan. So it's 2 fans just talking about Star Wars.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do remember those now.
And I have to say, that's probably where the the magic really happens is each of these guys alone bring an element that's contributory towards the success. But I think the two of these guys together as a team are what really have made this what it is. Filoni kind of had this early on when he had that mentor-mentee relationship with Lucas, and he was kind of like the Junior George type thing. But I think the relationship that Favreau and Filoni have together is more, they play off of each other's strengths, and I think that's really where a lot of that value comes from. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially if it's, if Favreau is more of the business side of things, having a background in producing and directing and, having a foothold in the corporate world of things at Disney, for better or worse. I think that could be an asset when you've got a creative like Filoni that can do the writing and the story blocking and things like that. Putting those together, that's how you get things made at the end of the day. So,
and I think ultimately that's where we're kind of at with the situation here that we're at now. I mean, we've got Book of Boba that was a collaboration between the two of them, which that was probably not the best thing that came out of it up until about episode 5?
Yeah, whenever the Mandalorian showed up.
when Mandalorian season 2.5 started. The one thing I think that we get from the two of these guys is that we don't get from the movies that we saw, the sequel movies, is there's an appreciation for the history and for the legacy. They're constantly trying to put little pieces in to connect it back to the original series. I went crazy when the Mandalorian lands on Tatooine in season 1 and the little red R5 droid comes out with the scorch marks from the blown motivator from A New Hope. And I pointed it out when we were watching it to the rest of the family, and they're like, oh yeah, whatever, you're just sort of making this up. And then in the documentary, he talks about that specifically.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's cool.
And he insisted that they actually paint that on there so that you would be able to tell that that was where he came from.
Yeah, speaking of Tatooine callbacks, in the 2.5 episode of Boba, he gets the souped up Naboo starfighter that's like a hot rod,
right?
Which is like so dumb, but I fell for it. Like, it was so cool. And then you see it flying next to X-Wings, and it's like the merging of prequel and original trilogy stuff that, I think is really neat. And there's just so much potential that if they would just kind of capitalize on, and like what I imagine the Mandalorian will do, moving the story of Luke forward, moving the story of Ahsoka forward, things like that.
Yeah.
But, moving forward with things. Well, I guess for Luke, he's still, we see where he ends up, but the Luke that we all wanted.
Right. Well, and it's funny you mention that, because even that scene where they're putting the ship together, he goes to the Jawas and they have to go get some kind of stabilizer, or I forget what it was called, but it's the bar that they used in the trash compactor scene in A New Hope. It's the same exact thing, and they did that just so you had that visual reference to the original trilogy. And it's like, the fact that they go out of their way to do stuff like that, I think, to me, shows their appreciation for it. But it's that little bit of fan service.
I do think you can go too far with that. That's how you get a Solo, where it's like the dice.
I agree.
But, at least that the people doing it in Mandalorian actually care, because you see the behind the scenes stuff, and, it's not like as in your face.
If it's subtle. If it's subtle and it's there to provide accent to the scene or context to where you are or something like that,
And it can make the universe feel more connected, I guess. Too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you do something like a Solo, or even what J.J. Abrams did, as much as I want to say that Force Awakens was the best of the sequel trilogies, it still wasn't a very good movie, and it was really there for fan service, just for fan service, for the sake of fan service.
Yeah,
it was basically a remake of A New Hope, and they even make fun of it. Like in the movie, they're making fun of, oh, there's got to be a way to blow it up. There's always a way to blow it up. Like, lines like that are kind of, it's that slap in the face that where you're going over the top.
Yeah.
All right. So I got a giant Death Star with a big laser. Oh, well, this is what the original Death Star looked like, and this is what. Oh, so it's a bigger Death Star. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like that was too much. Seeing an R2 or an R5 droid that I recognized and thought, wow, that would be awesome if it was the one from A New Hope. And it turned out to be the one from A New Hope.
Yeah.
There wasn't a plot, line around it. There wasn't a twist to it. There wasn't dialogue around it or anything. It was just there.
We didn't get a 6-episode miniseries about the droid like dealing with
Right. The droid didn't get his own series like everyone else seems to get.
coping with the blow motivator.
So, anyway, but I think the bottom line here is that while they each bring their own to the equation here, I think the two of them together is really where that creativity is benefiting the franchise.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're going to take a second break here. We'll come right back, and we're going to talk about the future of Star Wars.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So the future of Star Wars under Disney. So they had a ton of announcements at Celebration. I watched a bunch of the panels. Couldn't go because it was in Anaheim and, flying and all that stuff and pandemic and Corona and all that. But I found when we were down at Orlando, it was better to watch it on YouTube anyway because you can't get close to the stage for anything. So they announced a bunch of things, and some of these we already knew were coming out. So the first one that we have to talk about here is Star Wars Rogue Squadron, which was announced back in December of 2020. It was going to be a Patty Jenkins movie. Then she was on again, off again, on again. She's got Wonder Woman that she's working on. A whole kind of thing. And it almost smelled a lot like Solo, where we're having problems keeping directors again for some reason. Rogue Squadron's still scheduled for a 2023 theatrical release, but it's not clear if they're going to keep that, especially with Taika Waititi's film moving forward that we'll talk about in a little bit. Do we need a Rogue Squadron film?
No, I think my thesis for this part is I talked about it last week, but I've kind of fallen off the movies and TV shows, and I think this is like the peak of that. No, we don't need a Rogue Squadron. If you're going to do it, it should have already came out, and it should have ripped off Top Gun. People would have been way more invested if that's what they did. If I had to guess, I'd say they're probably going to make it a TV show now, because what was it, Kathleen Kennedy, they said they're moving away from movies and they're moving into television?
That was, yeah... They did, but they did because they announced a whole bunch of movies at Celebration.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't check any of that stuff out. But no, I don't think we need that. I never was really into the whole Rogue Squadron thing. I never was really into the games because they were, flying games, and I was never into them. They had the new Squadrons game that was fun. Very complicated though, and again, it's just I don't know the flying thing as a topic never really interested me.
It was a great series of novels. I have to say I did enjoy the novels themselves, and they had a Rogue Squadron video game that came out in the I want to say 90s or so, somewhere in that time. But none of the storylines from those books or that game is going to be included in this, from what they said.
Awesome.
So it's going to be something completely new. So next we have a movie that's to be determined. It's a standalone movie from director J.D. Dillard, who did the 2016 sci-fi hit Slight. No details about this. The fact that he got his own movie, because apparently everyone's getting a Star Wars movie now. Not only do you get an offshoot of a series if you're a character, you get your own movie if you're a director and apply for it at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure our letter's in the mail.
Yeah. I'm waiting for our invitation to come do our own. Because the next one that we have to talk about is another one that's to be determined, and that's a Kevin. How do you pronounce his name?
I was looking up J.D. Dillard. Kevin Feige.
Feige. Okay. So Kevin Feige is also getting his own standalone movie.
Okay, hey, people were jazzed about that. He's the Marvel guy, so
He's the Marvel guy.
I mean, he is. He's like, again, we talked about it off air, but you don't want to point fingers at one person for everything wrong or everything right with a franchise. But Kevin Feige seems like he's the one that is like he steps in and he says, "Hey, let's do this to make the MCU a cohesive universe." And it's weird they're giving him only one movie, but
Well, and that's the thing. Like, he's not. Why is he?
Has he directed before?
I don't know. If he's the Marvel guy, why is he doing a Star Wars?
Okay, it's Disney. They own everybody. Let me look up Kevin Feige and see if he's directed. That could be interesting, though, if he, does it right. I don't know. Did they give any information on what it could be about?
No, there aren't a lot of details or any details at all. They talk about him being the man who built the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah.
There was a 2020 conversation in the Hollywood Reporter from Joe Russo, the Endgame director, where he talked about Star Wars in Kevin's debut, and he thinks he's going to do great at it, blah, blah, blah.
It's mostly producer credits on his IMDb, but there's so many of them that I'm having trouble finding anything else. There's 67 of them, and I can't figure out how to sort. So, maybe, he did his time at Marvel. Maybe he wants a shot at directing a Star Wars film, and that's why it's a standalone movie. We're like, hey, here you go, buddy.
That's the only thing that I could think. Michael Waldron's being tasked to write the script of the film. They did announce that. Deadline announced that in January of 2021.
Oh, Loki executive producer. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a lot of producers doing things that aren't producing makes me kind of nervous.
Yeah, and kind of they're moving down the food chain. Usually you move up to the producer role in the food chain, don't you?
Yeah, but directors get more critical acclaim, so
I guess, yeah.
If they're good.
And that brings us to another to be announced movie that they're looking to do. So this kind of all plays into that whole theme of Kathleen Kennedy, where Star Wars is moving away from movies. They've got a bunch of movies they want to do. They just don't know, or they're not releasing information. Now, we already know that Taika Waititi was confirmed to be making his own movie here. He was already out during Celebration. He was out scouting locations and filming. It's slated for a late 2023 release. I don't know if I want Taika Waititi doing a Star Wars film. Now, he did get a Star Wars episode. He did get an episode of Mandalorian, which he did great with that.
Yeah.
But I'm terrified that we're going to get a Thor comedy version of a Star Wars movie, and I don't know if that's going to go over very well.
I mean, I'm more open to the idea just because I think Thor Ragnarok was good because it made Thor more interesting and it made the universe more interesting by not taking it as seriously. But also,
it helped that every other Thor movie sucked, though.
That did help. Yeah, it's hard. It's a low bar. I have not seen the new Thor movie, which he also directed, so I'm not sure if that quality's still there.
It didn't get very high ratings.
I saw that. I try not to read that stuff, but it's everywhere. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I think Taika's a pretty talented guy. I don't know. I think if they did something where it's not, like a main character that we know, if he kind of got like his own thing that's a little more quirky, maybe that would go over well. Or just fully commit, make a Star Wars comedy on Disney Plus. We've never seen that except for like droids.
Droids.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that could be interesting. That's what I've been saying. Let Star Wars do whatever it wants. Take away the restrictions and make something weird. And if you throw everything at the wall, which it seems like they're doing anyway.
Visions is. Visions is everything weird.
True, but make a comedy.
Well, and they did with Visions. There was elements of comedy in some of the Visions episodes too, which is fine because it's its own self-contained little box there, and it doesn't break the rest of the universe. And that brings us to the last and certainly the least desired movie project, and that is the rumored Rian Johnson trilogy. At least from my perspective, I have zero respect for Rian Johnson after The Last Jedi at this point in time. I'm sure you'll disagree to a certain extent there.
Yeah, people harp on Last Jedi pretty hard. It's not as bad as people say it is. It has bad elements, but there's good things about it, everybody. All right, there's good things, and one of those is the directing. The writing is not great, but there are great shots in it. There's great just, direction. Maybe not with the actors, but with the action and the cinematography and things like that.
Oh, especially like that Holdo sacrifice scene where it goes completely silent.
It's pretty cool.
And they actually had to put a notification at the movie after it premiered that the sound is okay.
Oh, really?
That's
funny.
That's how bad the direction was with the cinematography.
Or people are just dumb. I mean, who knows?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of
I think that's much more likely. Because everybody, especially if you're going to a big premiere like that, people have to clap and throw their popcorn at the screen. So, I don't know. It could be all right. I don't think it's actually going to happen, though, because I think people are way too turned against Rian Johnson for them. Like, he's like corporate, like, he's like a bad apple, I don't think they'd give him another chance.
Well, and I think that's a reputation it's well earned after Last Jedi.
Well, the same thing happened with the guys from Game of Thrones. One of them, right? Benioff or Weiss, one of them was supposed to get a trilogy. And then the final season of Game of Thrones came out and everybody hated them. And they were like, well, we're just going to scrap that.
Well, and then they're coming out with the offshoot, the spin-off.
House of Dragons, something like that.
But anyway, that kind of concludes what we're looking at. We have a whole bunch of rumored movies that we have no real detail.
Yeah, that's like way less information than I thought there was going to be. Like, not like plot, like, they do the Marvel thing where it's like She-Hulk 2023, Thing 2,
And the setup here is that they're focusing on streaming.
Yep.
Because they have to keep people paying for streaming to get their money.
Because that's guaranteed money as opposed to releasing something in theaters.
Absolutely. So streaming, it's ridiculous how many projects they have for streaming.
And I'm not going to watch any of them.
They need to come out with another network to stream all this stuff on. So you've got Andor, right? So you're going to get Diego Luna coming back as Cassian Andor. That one's already set. They've got a release date for that for August 31st. We know we're getting that. Do we need that?
No, nope, we don't. Anytime you ask that, the answer is almost always going to be no. Yeah, no. I forgot this second show we're going to talk about. I might actually watch, so I might have to retract my earlier statement.
Yeah,
but
just so you can disagree with me, right?
Well, no, I have my reasons for this second show, but no, Andor does not need to be a thing. I mean, it could be. And here's the thing: we talked about this last week. It doesn't all have to be like important to the lore. It can just be an interesting story. If Andor turns out to be like a gritty war spy thing. I don't think it will be, but if it was, and like they actually raise some questions that haven't been talked about in Star Wars before, like the more interesting parts of Rogue One, that could be something worth your time. I don't think it's going to be that.
and rumor has it that they're going to be doing that. They're supposed to be depicting the origins of the rebellion, and the rebel cause, and They keep referring back to the one scene about he's been in this since he was 7 years old or whatever it was.
Since I was 6 years old.
So it was really 7. It was
Time is hard to keep track of. Space time.
But it's supposed to kind of go into that, what he sacrificed and what these other people sacrificed, and how like Mon Mothma had this idealistic idea that she could change things from within the organization, and she comes to the realization that so there's a lot of
drama,
There's a lot of that drama that they're trying to establish with this. Whether or not they pull it off or not, I don't know. We'll have to find out.
I just hope they commit. I hope they don't shy away. Like that, what you just pitched me sounds great. That sounds like that could be really interesting and deep, and really great character drama. I don't have faith in them to do that.
It's not disputes over trade lanes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So then the next one that you'll argue with me on is Ahsoka. And I'm actually excited about Ahsoka.
We got like the whole Rebels cast coming back.
We do. And what I like about Ahsoka is the character's finally interesting to me.
Yeah.
She's matured. She's not this annoying little kid anymore. Yeah, I'll use that word. But she's mature. She's a wizened Jedi at this point. Not a Jedi. I don't know what the hell she is. She's a gray Jedi.
They let her keep the lightsabers.
Yeah,
so.
But they're white now, so
yeah, it's pretty cool, huh?
But I think the time period that we're seeing here needs to be explored, and I think it's a great opportunity.
And this is after Return of the Jedi?
This is set in the same time period as Mandalorian, which is 10 years, 15 years after, or 5 years after Return of the Jedi.
Okay. Yeah, because like I like Ahsoka, obviously, and I also keep forgetting the show's gonna happen. But also they've announced like all these Rebels characters are coming back, and Ahsoka's appearance in Mandalorian, she's looking for Ezra. She wants to know where Thrawn is, and like that's the stuff that like interests me because Thrawn's cool.
Yeah.
And like if we get an adult Ezra who's like again not super annoying
Because he was as annoying as she was at that age.
except he was the whole show. I should have mentioned that when I talked about Rebels. Ezra, the main character, is the worst part of the show, and he never stops being the worst part of the show. He's insufferable. He gets like 3 good moments, but I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm curious how that's going to translate to live action because everybody always harps on the translation from animation to live action, and the real answer is because it's not meant to be that. It's not supposed to happen. But like, imagine Zeb, who's the big furry dude, like in live action, he's gonna look like a monster. So I don't know what any of that's gonna look like. But yeah, I will probably watch that show. And that's it. That and Mandalorian.
All right, so we got you hooked on that, and then we've got Mandalorian season 3 coming in. With the big mistake, I think, is they're bringing Baby Yoda back in, which
they had to.
You didn't have to. You didn't. You absolutely didn't. Everyone accepted the fact that Baby Yoda went off to train with Luke.
He's back.
Right. And they killed that in Mandalorian season 2.5, otherwise known as the Book of Everyone But Boba.
But like right away, which is like, we talked about this last week.
Stupid. So stupid that they did that.
They should have done. I'm not saying a whole season without Baby Yoda because I'm not a big Baby Yoda guy. I can't stand the kid, but.
You don't like any young people in the
because
shows.
it's so, at least Baby Yoda was just so, I don't know, cheap and like just a way to sell stuff, which they did.
But they didn't, though. That was the funny part. They released the series and it took them 12 months to get a piece of merchandise out. Everybody else was selling Baby Yoda stuff.
That is true. I think if we would have gotten like half a season without him and then he shows back up or something, just to give the Mandalorian some more character time alone,
See, and I think they had set it up perfectly. All he had to do was take the damn lightsaber. Who doesn't want a shiny lightsaber?
I thought he was going to take both.
Yeah.
Have cool armor and a
Luke?
lightsaber? Well, no, I thought he was going to... If for those of you that don't know, Luke presents Grogu with a lightsaber or a set of a tiny Mandalorian t-shirt. and his choice is essentially you can either stay with me and be a Jedi or go live with Mandalorian.
I survived the Empire, and all I got was a stupid t-shirt.
It's really funny, guys. Look it up. It's a small... He holds it up like this.
T-shirt.
Yeah. Anyway, so Grogu ends up choosing Mandalorian, and I thought he was going to pick both.
I think it would have made such a better story if he picked the lightsaber and he realized he had to put that part of his life behind him, and then Mandalorian can go off and shine on his own.
Yeah.
What the hell is he going to do with this kid now? The kid was nothing but a draw to him.
Well, now we're going to go full... I think, isn't the idea he's going to go full Mandalorian? We're going to get... We're
going to get him in a full Mando suit now?
Yeah, it's going to be a mech suit. No, I imagine they're going to go to Mandalorian and kind of make all that a thing, because, they said the Mandalorian isn't the Mandalorian anymore, even though he has the Darksaber, things like that. So I imagine it's going to be...
But you don't need Baby Yoda for it.
Well, now he's a foundling, just like Jin was. And he's going to get a mech suit.
Okay.
But I'm in because it seems like we're going back to Mandalorian. Every time that's in anything, I love it.
Okay.
We'll get Bo-Katan back.
Yeah.
And,
she's coming back. But.
The Armorer, the Destiny character.
No, because the Armorer is one of the mean ones now. She's one of the Death Watch, so he's not Death Watch anymore.
He's going to have to fight her, and she's going to have all different swords and stuff because she's an armorer.
Is that what she's going to have?
She's going to have a weapon wheel like Grand Theft Auto.
Anyway, so the next one we have is Skeleton Crew.
There's more?
Yeah, there's like 12.
I thought Mandalorian was the last one. All right.
We got Skeleton Crew. Jude Law is set to lead John Watt's first foray into Star Wars canon. The series follows the fall of the Empire through the eyes of 4 children, which I'm sure you'll love.
What?
Yeah. The series is previously named codename Grammar Rodeo. It's described as galactic version of classic Amblin coming-of-age adventure films through the 80s, which clearly you're not watching this one.
Well, like, okay, so I talked about earlier how you can make Star Wars interesting by taking other stories and like putting them in Star Wars. This isn't quite what I meant. This is not what I meant. Although John Watts, he did the Spider-Man movies. He's pretty good at doing that. Like, you know, that Homecoming movie is very much like a, you know, like the what's the guy's name? Like Breakfast Club, all those,
Right.
all those movies. So yeah, it could be interesting, I guess. Why? But sure, Jude Law's in it, so he can be like the principal, I guess. Anyway.
So that's another one that Filoni's involved in, as is Rangers of the New Republic, which was on again, off again, on again. This was the one that was supposed to have the two guys that we're seeing show up in The Mandalorian, and it was supposed to, they set up Gina Carano's character, and then she pissed them off because she was tweeting stuff they didn't like, so they fired her. Then they canceled this, and then at Celebration, they indicated that this was back on. Don't know what they're doing with this one here or why they're doing this one.
Just combine this and Rogue Squadron and no one will know. You know?
This was really what Rogue Squadron should have been.
It sounds like it's like a procedural. Like they're gonna like investigate like a yeah. It's like these kind of
Law and Order for Star Wars.
These shows just sound so boring. Like, is it just me? Like these sound like really boring.
But wait, we're not done yet.
We're really not.
Then we're gonna. Don't know if we're getting Donald Glover for it or not, but we're coming out with a Lando series, which if you don't have Donald Glover, or Billy D, it's not going to be a Lando series.
Well, this was announced back when like Solo came out, right?
Yeah, but they talked about it again.
This is all just to keep the shareholders happy. None of this is ever coming out.
Well, and that's the problem. It's like, it's almost like, well, let's throw all this stuff against the wall and see what sticks. And, you know, we're going to tease all this stuff and see what kind of reaction we get.
And it's because they have to, you know, they got to keep people, Star Wars fans, like, oh, here's this content's never going to, the pipeline's going to keep on flowing, everybody.
Then after Lando, we have The Acolyte. Now, The Acolyte actually sounds kind of interesting because they're taking a different route with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of described as a mystery thriller that will take audiences into a galaxy of shadowy secrets and emerging dark side powers in the final days of the High Republic era.
Vague.
Nobody cares about the High Republic.
No, because it's all books. I don't want to read. But if it was a show, I might check it out.
Right, so this is where they're going to introduce High Republic into the series.
They should have held off on High Republic stuff until this was ready.
You would have thought, right?
Because nobody wants to read.
No. I'm struggling getting through the second book of the High Republic. I really am. I've read every novel out there.
Is it bad?
It's terrible.
Oh.
It really is.
Well, maybe they'll do better
It's
in TV.
boring. It's more boring than some of these TV shows.
These descriptions, these very vague, good will fight evil.
Like, they don't even have good villains. You can't have a Star Wars novel without good villains. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about this one is it's going to be a Sith apprentice who's training to become a Sith Lord.
Mm.
So you can easily tie in elements of Plagueis and Palpatine and the history of the Sith. You can get some, who was the ruler two?
Bane?
Bane. You can get some Bane tied into this stuff.
Sure.
So there's a ton of lore that you can tie into this, which I like. Then the next one that you're going to hate, a droid story. An animated feature, a droid story will combine original Star Wars animation with new visual effects from ILM.
What does that mean?
I don't really know. It sounds like they're remaking the old animated stuff. But the film will premiere on Disney Plus and introduce a new hero guided by the iconic duo of R2-D2 and C-3PO, with Anthony Daniels confirmed to reprise.
He's got nothing going on.
I know.
He's working at Taco Bell. He's Sorry, Anthony, if you're watching this, but come on. I've heard you're very unlikable, so it's all right. That sounds terrible.
Well,
that sounds like a ride. Like that sounds like a Star Tours edition.
It does. So that's another golden oldie.
More. There's more.
We got 3 more to go through here, believe it or not. So we have Tales of the Jedi.
Oh, this one's good. This is more Clone Wars.
Maybe. Tales of the Jedi will land on Disney Plus at some point in the fall of 2022. IGN describes it as a new anthology series that will tell stories of Ahsoka and Count Dooku. It's supposed to be a bunch of one-offs.
Yeah, there were some screenshots of this that leaked, and it looks like it's the Clone Wars animation style. So
yeah, which I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah.
And then we have Star Wars Visions Season 2. Did you watch any of Season 1?
I watched like 3 episodes, but I am happy it got a Season 2 because it's something different, and I'm glad that they're giving it more time.
They did a really nice job. There was, I think, 8 or 9 different stories that came out of it. They were all standalone stories. And of those, 5 were really good.
Yeah, I watched like the first 2 or 3.
Yeah, 5 were really good. 2 were okay, and the rest just throw away.
That's pretty good.
And that's a good, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think it was based on that idea of here's 9 stories and 7 of them were good. Oh, well, let's have 15 new series and see if we can get a couple good ones out of it.
Let's dedicate 7 episodes and 15 shows. That's not how that works. Just spend billions of dollars.
And the last one we have to talk about is
oh my God.
Young Jedi Adventures. First full-length animated Star Wars series created specifically for preschoolers. Because there was a market there that we weren't serving, right?
Yeah, somebody in like the team was like, you know what demo we're missing out on? Preschoolers.
The series will follow younglings as they follow the path of the Jedi in the High Republic era and learn about compassion, self-discipline, and the power of friendship.
Hey man, if it teaches kids something, sure, you know. Good thing it's not the other Republic younglings, because then the kids would ask, what happened to all the younglings?
So it's worth noting that in the first novel of the High Republic that I've read, they slaughtered probably 50 or 60 Jedi in the first novel. I'm not sure that's preschooler material, to be honest with you.
Make it like Sesame Street, you know? Just don't talk about that stuff.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
I guarantee you a third of these shows never come out.
They won't. Well, I mean, some of them are already confirmed. You know, the first 4 are confirmed. So you've got Andor, Ahsoka, Mando season 3, and Skeleton Crew are confirmed.
And Bad Batch season 2, which isn't in here.
It's not. Bad Batch season 2, Acolyte's confirmed. Visions season 2 is confirmed. So there's only like 4 of these that are speculative.
Yeah. Okay. The pipeline, the content will never stop.
So we talked in our last episode about whether or not this is overkill. Is this overkill?
I mean, it looks really bad seeing it all on paper like this. So yeah, it is. And we talked about Star Wars fatigue. You know, people are already feeling that after 3 sequel movies and all these shows already on Disney Plus. And I think depending on the release schedule of this, it's only going to get worse. I think the only way not the only way, but a big way to save this would be something like an MCU Thanos buildup where everything is tying into this larger thing. I think these scattershot shows and movies are just not going to grab people like they think it is.
Yeah, and I think the philosophy is that Star Wars is in a universe, and it's a big universe, and it's more than just a Skywalker story. So let's tell everybody's story in the universe. And they're really kind of close to that at this point.
Yeah, but I at the end of the day, I think they're always going to fall back on, you know, the Vaders and
you have to, because that's the moneymakers.
Yeah, it's tough.
You know, at the end of the day, they need to make profit, right? The one thing, and we're already pushing up against the time, but I don't care. We're not gonna go to another episode. We're gonna finish it up here.
Yeah.
So Star Wars in movie and television is one thing. Now you can live Star Wars, right? So you can go to Disneyland, Disney World. You can go to Galaxy's Edge. You can stay at the new Star Cluster.
I have no idea what it's called.
I don't forget what it's called. The Halcyon, the new hotel you can stay at. When I heard about all this stuff, I was so excited because I've loved Star Wars my entire life, and I thought it would be great to be able to live in that environment, or at least visit it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it needs to come off the silver screen? Do you think it helps to add to it? What are your thoughts on that?
Just theme parks in general for me, I have a really hard time getting immersed. You know, I'm a jaded, cynical old man now.
We dragged you to Disney enough to make you hate it?
Well, it's just like, for me, there was definitely a time in my life where this would have been awesome. It would have been like, hey, I'm going to get fully into the same thing with the Marvel Avengers Campus, where it's like you see the dummy of Spider-Man fly across and hit the brick wall because the thing broke.
You saw that.
Yeah, it's a very funny video. Those things, they do nothing for me, and they're all way too expensive. And it's not that interesting to me, unfortunately. But if you can get in there and you can really feel it, and if you enjoy it and it can do something for you that movies can't, where you're in that world, more power to you. Harry Potter World was pretty cool, and I'm not even that big of a Harry Potter fan, But that was very neat. So something like that I think could be interesting. It's not my cup of tea.
And I tend to agree with you. I've only been to Galaxy's Edge once at this point, and I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I could have spent the entire day just soaking it up. The promise of the interaction that they offered you when they first launched it's not there. That's where the hotel comes in. So now you got to spend $6,000 for a 2-night stay to get that. To me, it's a lame attempt to capture the nostalgia that you get from the movies and TV. And what bothers me more than anything is it's not my Star Wars. That Galaxy's Edge is set in the sequel trilogy era, and it's not my Star Wars.
Which is interesting, right? Because they know that, I feel like they have to know that most people don't like the sequel trilogy, or at least the people that are going to spend $6,000 for a 2-night stay. So why would you not, I think if they made an original trilogy themed area, maybe they're saving that for other parks. You get a prequel one, you get an original trilogy one. I don't know, but I think it's a strange, I don't know, maybe they decided to double down, right? If we make a hotel, maybe it'll convince people to like these movies more.
It's really hard for me to go to a Star Wars land and know I'm not going to see Darth Vader.
Yeah.
It's just, he's Star Wars, and he's not there.
That is very strange.
And it just seems very cheap, and it's a money grab to me. So
yeah, I mean, that's the theme of the sequel trilogy.
What's the one drink cost at the hotel?
Oh, the Kai Burr Crystal, the $5,000 drink.
Yeah, which is just, it's insulting. The fact that you're asking me to spend $6,000 to stay in a room smaller than our studio here, for 2 nights, it's insulting. Like, I have the money. I could go there today and book that and stay there and not blink an eye at it. I refuse to spend that kind of money because of how insulting they are.
Yeah, and they're counting on the Star Wars fan that has the money like yourself, but that doesn't have the free will, the free will in their brain to say, wait a minute, they're just bleeding me dry. They don't care about me. Yeah, they just, yeah.
Well, and we're going there again in August. And I'm going to spend a lot of money there. I'm going to come back with a boatload of merchandise that I don't need.
Do you have a good time though? Do you enjoy it?
And that's the idea. I'm going to, I don't know, in August I might not enjoy it so much. In
Florida.
But yeah, I mean,
and that's really all that matters.
It's disappointing that it's that money grab. That's all.
It's okay to fuel these corporate monopolies as long as you're having a good time. As long as you don't think about it.
Thank you so much for helping me justify it.
As long as you have that dopamine hit when you buy a new figure or something, it's okay. Just spend money and don't think about it.
Thank you. I feel so much better now. That'll change my life now. Thank you.
Use your Twitch Prime sub to subscribe to this if you have it.
Oh, so I think that's all we had. I think we beat this topic to death.
Yeah.
Today with our second episode. Before we do go, though, I would want to just once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video and audio of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can get a podcast. Write in, give us your feedback. Tell us what you'd like us to talk about. Tell us, how if we're doing a good job or not. Do you want us to? Do you want to bash me for hating Ahsoka? Write in and tell me about it. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free monthly Twitch subscription, and we'd appreciate you throwing that our way. You can also find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. You had something else?
Yes, I would like to issue a challenge to everybody out there. What's the best metric? Twitch follows or subs for us? If we get 10 Twitch subs by the time Andor comes out, I will watch it and we'll do a review on this program.
Wow.
That's a challenge for all you people out there.
That is bold.
I will abandon my principles for 10 Twitch subs. That's not even that much money. You can do it, everybody.
Good to know you got a price.
But yes, if August 31st is when the first episode comes out, if we have 10 Twitch subs by then, we will be doing a full review of Andor.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. That's all we have for today. Another one in the books.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to that sudden intro to Insights into Entertainment, episode 151, Indy Strikes Back, the Disney Fire Sale. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle Whalen. I don't think I changed that from the last one.
I don't think so. I think you kind of left it.
Because you were very busy today. I don't think you're rested and relaxed.
No, I am not.
How you doing today, dear?
I am doing well. How are you?
Doing okay. So we finally, we had some, I guess, entertainment news that was worthy of talking about.
True.
Anything else exciting happened since our last podcast?
I can't think of anything. I don't even remember.
It was only a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it
wasn't
that long ago. No, I don't think anything
I
really.
think things have been kind of tame.
Yeah,
So
they normally are for us. So
usually, thankfully.
Mm-hmm. We're not at Comic-Con this week.
That's
San
true.
Diego.
That,
so.
Yeah, we didn't go out to San Diego for that. We don't have any conventions coming up anytime soon, do we?
No, because the last one, Fan Expo, we actually decided not to go to.
Yeah.
So I think the next one coming up is, I think there was a ZoloCon fall thing, and then RetroCon is the one that comes in September. So I don't think there's anything in the summer lineup for us.
Interesting. That's usually our season too to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, when a good one comes around, we'll cover it for everyone.
Absolutely.
So with the writers and actors on strike, box office numbers struggling to rebound after the pandemic, and missteps from streaming costing studios billions, what could Hollywood possibly do to save the day? Maybe have a fire sale. Make some money, or at least that's what Bob Iger's looking to do. But before we see our heroes on the picket lines or unemployment lines, we first saw them on the silver screen in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. And we've got our thoughts on that and more coming up on this episode of Insights into Entertainment. But first, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and we're available anywhere you get a podcast: Google, Stitcher, Podbean, Pandora, wherever. I'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to cover. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can catch us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Let's do it. So, how not to handle a strike? So, everyone knows that the actors and the writers are on strike right now. It's kind of hard to miss the talent strikes happening across the entire entertainment industry at the moment. First, the Writers Guild of America went on strike in the name of fair wages and protections against AI encroachment, which I thought was kind of interesting. We didn't think AI was going to be destroying the world
soon.
through that method.
Right.
And then just recently, the Screen Actors Guild and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA. Boy, that just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
Sure does.
They joined them shortly afterward
Yes,
on the
they
picket
did.
line. So who are they fighting? So they're fighting the Hollywood studios, represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. The producers are the bad guys, depending on your point of view, I guess.
In most cases, yeah.
So what's particularly curious about all this is how the Hollywood studios seemed to invite a strike, and then once they got one, they did everything in their power to inflame it even further. So this spring, it seemed like some Hollywood studios were actively itching for a writer's strike. Speculation about why exactly ran the gamut. Maybe it was to save a little money in the short run on shows the Writers Guild were part of. But more obviously, it might be to secure the least costly compromise on issues like residuals and transparency about viewership.
So, as discussions broke down between the two parties and the SAG-AFTRA representatives, we're seeing a majority of their demands rejected despite a nearly unanimous strike vote. A Deadline story quoted unnamed executives detailing a strategy to bleed striking writers until they came crawling back. Further inflaming the issue were comments from well-known Hollywood executive Bob Iger of Disney saying, "There's a level of expectation that they have that is just not realistic, and they are adding to the set of the challenges that this business is already facing that is, quite frankly, very disruptive." Iger may have succeeded in looking like a cool, calm, and collected voice of the studio, but he actually opened a can of worms that simply egged on the SAG-AFTRA president, Fran Drescher. Her response was one that was up there with a battle cry, motivational speeches like that of which Hollywood has historically been known for. "We are the victims here," she said, marking the start of the actor strike. We are being victimized by the very greedy entity. I am shocked by the way the people that have been in this business are treating us. I cannot believe it, quite frankly, how far apart we are on so many things. How they plead poverty, that they're losing money left and right, then giving hundreds of millions of dollars to their CEOs. It's disgusting. Shame on them. They stand on the wrong side of history." And this was a very funny meme that kind of popped up where, the woman we all thought would lead the rebellion against the machines and, the woman who actually ended up leading the rebellion against, the machines.
That is very funny.
Yeah. So Barry Diller, who is the chairman and senior executive of IAC and Expedia Group, and a former Hollywood chief, suggested that the studio executives and top-earning actors take a 25% pay cut to bring a quick end to the strike and help prevent the collapse of the entire industry. It's worth noting that at this time, the motion picture industry is still struggling to recover its box office numbers, which are nearly half of what they were pre-pandemic. It's also worth noting that in their haste to capitalize on the streaming bandwagon, many companies are in the red. Disney, Peacock, Paramount Plus, HBO Max, Discovery Plus have reportedly lost a combined $18 billion since 2020, which begs the question, can either side in this strike really afford it?
Yeah, I think that the sad thing here is obviously the fans are the ones that are going to be losing out.
Right.
In general.
Right.
The last time we had this, was it back in the 20 aughts or whatever when the last strike was, we wound up getting a rash of reality TV.
Well, and the one, I guess, positive is there's been such an influx between all of the different streaming services that have so much original content that's already there. So if nothing were to come back for a little while, there's plenty out there. It's just that you're not going to get anything new. So anything that people are waiting for, like a new season of Stranger Things or new things, that are on regular broadcast television, that's what's going to hurt. Whereas, somebody like a Netflix or, all of these other streaming services, they're probably not really going to be hurting because there's so much content that probably the average person hasn't gone through everything in the catalog yet.
Well, and that's also a good point because even Disney's getting to the point where their exclusive streaming content they're going to be releasing on network television. They have already announced they're releasing the Ms. Marvel series.
Right.
That was never intended to come out on network television.
Right, and I think there was something else from HBO that was going to be released on, so that's how they're kind of balancing, okay, well, we have enough on our streaming, but what are we going to do on broadcast? Okay, well, now we'll start doing a little bit of this to make it happen.
So, of course, inflaming all this is the wage disparity between executives and the actors and writers who make up the union workforces on strike. So just to put this into perspective, the average pay for top Hollywood executives climbed an average of 53% from 2018 to 2021, up to $28 million annually. And to put that further into perspective, you've got Bob Iger of Disney, who makes $31 million. Of course, he just renegotiated, so he's going to be making $1 million, but his incentives put him back up into the 20s. You have David Zaslav of Warner Brothers, who is compensated $39.3 million. Ted Sarandos of Netflix gets $50.3 million a year. Brian Roberts of Comcast is $32.1. Bob Bakish of Paramount is $32. And you have Tim Cook from Apple at the top at $99.4 million. Now, granted, Tim Cook, Apple does more than just streaming.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So there's a lot more going on there. So you could probably take, 60% of that out and he'd still be in that third of the 40 million just for the streaming side of things.
Right.
So to contrast that, we take a look at the Writers Guild of America and what their average writers make per year is about $250,000.
And that's probably on the high end for...
That's average. That's what your average writer makes. And your average SAG-AFTRA actor makes about $40,000. That's what blew my mind. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, that average is low because you have the top 1% talent.
Right, that make $10 million a movie or something. Yeah.
Well, more than that.
Well, yeah.
So, taking a look at the top talent, you've got Tom Cruise, who in 2023, which is about half over, has taken in over $100 million. You have Will Smith, who took in $35 million just for his Apple TV Plus show, Emancipation. Now, that's a real slap in the face.
That was funny.
You have Leonardo DiCaprio, who brings in $30 million or more per project, as does Brad Pitt. You have Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who routinely brings in $20 million per project. Now, I'd certainly like to smell what The Rock is smelling compensation-wise. Even Will Ferrell, who I'm not a big fan of him, I know a lot of people like him and think he's funny, he demands about $20 million per project as well. So the 1% of the club, really, they're the bulk of the actors that are involved here. Your extras, your bit parts, your character actors, the people that aren't your big Hollywood stars, they make up the bulk of the union.
Right.
And they're making an average of $40,000 a year.
Well, and some of them aren't even making that because in order to get benefits through the union, you have to be making a minimum of $24,000 a year. And there are so many...
And I agree.
That
That's
aren't
why
even
these numbers are average numbers.
That. Right.
So obviously,
no, I get it.
You got people making more, you got people making less.
And there was actually, something that I saw that said where you had about, if they took 25% off the top, And there was something that I saw that even said 2% of the top executive salaries. So 2% would be like nothing. Nobody would notice, but basically everybody that's in the union would be able to get coverage because of just that 2% off the top for everybody.
Right.
Now, what is interesting was I just saw briefly an article I didn't read fully, but there's one of the movie studios, A24, that they actually met all the negotiations. So anybody that's actually working with A24, with their production team, they're not striking because they said, okay, you want more money? Here's more money. The actors, you need more money. So they went, all of the demands that were asked for between the actors and the writers, they met them. So those people are working.
Right.
So,
So the vast majority of Hollywood really is made up of starving actors who live paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
Now, being the person that I am, I want to ask the question, why not just go get a real job if you're not making it in acting? I understand it's a lot of people's dream.
Right.
But if you're living paycheck to paycheck and you can't make ends meet, maybe it's time to go get another job somewhere.
And in a lot of cases, they do have other jobs. They are doing other things. So.
Have you ever considered a career in truck driving? And I don't mean to sound callous about it, but
right.
If you're not, like, if I wanted to be a doctor and I'm a failed doctor and I can't do it, I'm not going to keep trying to be a doctor. I want to go do something else.
Right.
And in this case, it's the industry. The industry's not treating it right. If I work for a company and that company mistreats me, doesn't compensate me fairly for my work, doesn't provide benefits, I'm going to leave and go somewhere else and do something else.
I know. And many people do. And you see that time and time again where, unfortunately, the paparazzi are now, in the age that we're in, that everybody has a camera on their phone. Someone will go to the grocery store and, hey, aren't you, so-and-so? You used to be on television. Now you're bagging groceries. And you get belittled for going and earning an honest living and doing that in some cases.
And you know what? That stems from caring what other people think.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's where I think a lot of people, they try and, okay, well, if I can't be on the screen, let me see if I can do behind the scenes and do something. So you see that too, where people try and, get into production or set design or something to kind of...
Or you turn into Kevin Sorbo and you just troll people on Twitter when you're not a successful actor.
Yeah, that too. So
really what the strike boils down to is two things. One, it's salaries. Mm-hmm. Really, it's three things. It's salaries because of the disparity between, and I don't know why you would pick on CEOs. I think the problem you have is that when you compare yourself to a CEO and you're an actor, the value that you lend to the franchise at that point in time is on a completely different measuring scale than what the CEO or what the executives bring. It's like you're comparing apples and oranges. So I think that's a problem right there, that you're comparing yourself to that. The other one that they have is residuals from streaming.
right.
So the problem that you run into here is traditionally the studios are usually 2 or 3 steps behind technology.
Right.
They missed the ball on VHS and got screwed on that. They missed the ball on DVDs because they tried to encrypt them and they got screwed on that. So they kind of got out. This is the first time in decades that they got out ahead of things. Mm-hmm. And they got into streaming, and it was supposedly successful, even though they're $18 billion in the hole because they invested so much money in it. And the problem that you have is the previous contracts didn't... Streaming exploded so quickly,
Right.
you couldn't have it in a contract before.
Well, and really it was because of the pandemic, because everything really changed in some respects for
yes
that.
and no. I mean, Netflix was a streaming juggernaut well before the pandemic.
Right.
Everybody saw that
Right.
and was shocked that Netflix, because everyone had their content on Netflix.
True.
Everybody was shocked at how well Netflix did. And Netflix did so well because they just poured money hand over fist into original content.
Right.
They were in the red for years producing content
Right.
just to get it out there and get subscribers in. So you had technology explode, and the industry's trying to catch up to it now. You're also dealing with the industry at a very fragile state now. Your ticket sales, your box office ticket sales are about 50% what they were pre-pandemic. You've got streaming services that are hemorrhaging money to the point that they're pulling back on projects now because they can't afford to keep making new content. So to strike now, when the industry is at its weakest, to a certain extent, I think Iger's right in that it's a really bad time to do this because you're really going to hurt the industry. What's going to happen here is they'll resolve this strike, obviously, at some point in time. But how many people are going to be out of a job because you're going to have studios that are cutting budgets back because of the losses they're already incurring, plus the losses that they're incurring because of the strike? So you may see as much, I've seen speculation up to a 30% cut in the workforce in the industry. Is that really the union benefiting its employees at that point in time? Where, okay, you can get your 20% raise, but you're out of a job now. Good luck finding a job at that rate.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. And then finally, the third one they're complaining about is AI. Now, AI, there's a couple of different aspects of AI. One is the writing. You know, you can go out and have some AI system write a script for you. The AI that's out there today isn't good enough to write a Hollywood script
Right.
because all it does is it parrots what's out there already.
Right.
So you're not going to, it's good to help supplement or to start or whatever. It's not going to replace writers.
Right.
So that's an irrational fear right now. The other fear is deep fakes,
Right.
where you've got industries where you can produce somebody else's likeness. Well, there's already laws for that. You don't need to have something in your contract. If somebody uses your likeness, like you can't make Indiana Jones without Harrison Ford.
Right.
You can digitally reproduce them, and they did. They de-aged him and they digitally reproduced them. But if they did that without Harrison Ford's permission and involvement, he would have sued them.
Well, and I think that's what a lot of these background actors are concerned about who are on that bottom level, is that they're going to go in and do something and there's going to be something in the contract saying, you know, oh, we now own your likeness, and it's going to be, you know, hidden somewhere.
And then they can still do that. There's nothing that says they can't do that. So you need to have an agent that's going to read your contract for you.
That's the thing, is that they're trying to protect, to make sure that's not something that's added on because it's now so easy to do.
But that's not something you can expect to use as a bargaining chip in a negotiation for a strike. That's something that's a negotiating point when you negotiate your contract. So make sure that your agent and your lawyer know how to read a contract.
Right.
So I'm kind of hesitant on giving them credit for that one here. But salary-wise, I'll totally give you that. Streaming, you know, we covered the what was the one with her studio where Disney didn't want to pay her?
Oh, Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson,
That
yes.
was the kind of the start of everything.
So Disney basically engaged in a contract with her that said they'd pay her a certain percent for ticket sales at the box office.
Right.
Then the pandemic hit, and they released it streaming.
Right.
And they said, oh, but we don't have an agreement on streaming. And they pretended as though they could just do whatever they wanted with it at that point in time.
Right.
When in reality, you didn't have an agreement for streaming. So you legally have no rights to stream it. It's not that you don't have to pay me for it.
Right.
So they wound up settling that out of court, though. But that's another, you know, instance of how streaming, it's so new that the industry it's falling over itself now to try to figure out what to do with it.
Right.
So anyway, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about Disney's fire sale. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So welcome back, everyone. So, how much would Disney go for in a fire sale? Probably outside of our price range. But in a recent interview for Squawk Box, conducted by David Faber, held at a media conference in Sun Valley, Idaho, Iger's made some volatile comments he's since been trying to walk back from. The initial questions revolved around the impact of the writers and the actors' strike, but quickly moved to business matters that may have revealed more information than Iger was originally intended to go public at the time. During the interview, he indicated that ABC and its local stations may not be core to the Walt Disney Company. The interviewer speculated about a possible sale, and Iger said, "We have to be open-minded and objective about the future of those businesses." Bloomberg reports that with cable television on the decline, Iger wants to sell most of Disney's TV assets, mainly ABC, Freeform, and FX.
Well, Bob Iger had made it clear that he's looking to sell some of the company's TV and streaming assets. Rumors have been swirling for months in the industry that Disney may even be considering selling the entire company. Disney's streaming services have been losing money and subscribers. Disney lost 4 million subscribers last quarter. Streaming is expected to have hit a total loss of $800 million in the third quarter. According to Bloomberg, Iger wants to completely sell or restructure Disney's TV and streaming business in India, where Disney Plus has had its biggest losses. Disney Plus Hotstar, the region's version of Disney Plus, lost streaming rights to Indian Premier League cricket matches, leading to the service losing 3.8 million subscribers in quarter one and 4.6 million subscribers in quarter two. Despite the recent setbacks, Iger looks to double down on streaming with his plan to hold on to Hulu. Disney will launch a combined app for Hulu and Disney Plus later this year, though Disney will more than likely have to buy Comcast's 33% stake in Hulu in 2024.
So experts speculate that selling Disney's TV networks could get them about $8 billion, which could help offset the cost of that last third. Potential buyers would be financial entities like private equity firms. Iger also wants to hang on to ESPN, but is looking for a partner for a sports network. Potential partners include sports companies and Apple. Speaking of Apple, there have been rumors since Iger's return last November that he will sell all of Disney to the tech company. At the time, Iger called these rumors nothing more than speculation, but the sale still seems to be a possibility. Bob Iger isn't known for selling. During his first tenure as Disney CEO, he acquired Pixar, Marvel, and Lucasfilms, which have all proven successful purchases.
According to Bloomberg, TV generated 35% of Disney's revenue, about $24.8 billion, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and over 50%, $7.5 billion, of its operating income. Contrast that against the massive losses from streaming, and it's a bit of a head scratcher as to why he'd want to keep the loser and sell the winner. Disney Plus was Iger's baby before he retired the first time around. Launched under his part-time successor, Bob Chapek, it met with initial success despite its surprisingly discounted monthly rate, but quickly started hemorrhaging subscribers, failing to offset the high costs of their premiere productions. It's also worth noting that Iger got his start not just in TV, but in ABC. When the Walt Disney Company acquired ABC in 1995, they acquired Iger, and he worked his way up to the CEO of the entire company over the next decade, finally landing the top spot in 2005 after Michael Eisner was ousted. Iger was CEO until retiring in 2020, but returned to the position in November 2022 after they kicked Bob Chapek back out. So, what do you think? Do you think selling it off piecemeal is worthwhile, or do you think they should sell the entire thing at one time?
I don't know. It's kind of interesting. So it kind of reminds me of the documentary that we watched on Marvel and the history of Marvel and how that went. And you kind of see how, okay, you had Marvel and they weren't doing well, so they sold this entity to this to this one, this to this one, and this to this one. And then while it worked for them, it kind of made a mess of things because you had this company that could do this and this company that could do this. But if you had this company that wanted to do something joint, they couldn't without trying to jump through hoops to pay all these other people. So if you were to do that, I could see that kind of happening with Disney, where certain things with Disney would succeed, and then I think certain things with Disney would kind of fall flat if you just kind of sold it off to the highest bidder, to do one or the other. ESPN, does that need to still be with Disney? I think ESPN could go anywhere. Like, there's not enough crossover with ESPN and anything else with Disney. Okay, so Disney, down in Orlando, they have the Wide World of Sports. That's really the only kind of tie-in between the two.
That was ABC, though.
Right. So, so I don't really see an issue if you said, okay, we're going to sell that part off to somebody else. The network TV stuff, I guess maybe you could kind of let that go to somebody else, because right now there's a partnership, because every now and then there'll be, a Disney movie or something. And then, of course, they tried with the whole Disney Plus thing with Dancing with the Stars. The last season of it, instead of putting it on network television, they only had it streaming on Disney Plus, and they saw their numbers go down. So what are they doing this season? It's going to be back, on regular television, and then they'll, put the episodes on Disney Plus after the fact. So, kind of going back to how they were. So I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag. I obviously I don't want Apple to buy them just because I'm anti-Apple, but that's just me. But then again, maybe, Apple getting into it, maybe we'd see things get updated in the parks and things like that haven't, that have been neglected over the years. So I don't know. I'm kind of...
Well, and I think you raise a couple of very good points. One being, the things that he seems to want to hold on to are the ones that are the most logical to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones he's saying he wants to get rid of are the money makers that are the most logical ones to hold on to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, ESPN can be parceled off and sold off either on its own or to somebody else and have zero effect on Disney whatsoever. Nothing's tied to ESPN. Why Disney even has it still is amazing to me. But ABC, ABC has been their premier broadcast network for decades now.
Mm-hmm.
It's been there for special events. It's been there for special releases. It doesn't make sense, especially considering it's making money. And it's making a lot of money, apparently. So why would you get rid of that? So these statements from him almost seem like false flags to me. Like, he's throwing stuff out there. He's testing the waters and seeing what kind of reaction he's going to get. Is somebody going to make him an offer? What kind of offer are they going to make? He's also not talking about selling off anything other than streaming and television right now.
Right.
So you've got production studios, you've got all your intellectual property that he's still holding on to and not talking about selling. You've got your parks that he's got that he's not talking about. So I think what they're running into is streaming. They went about it wrong. Mm-hmm. When they went into streaming, they went into it, unlike everything else Disney does, they went into it on the cheap.
Right.
The price that they released their streaming service at was a fraction, literally 50% off of what every other streaming service was. And the production value that they were putting into it, which shows like The Mandalorian and everything else, they were spending a fortune on. They were making essentially feature-length movies in each of those episodes and spending a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
So it almost sounds like it's a little bit of regret on how they launched their streaming. But I think it's almost him trying to shake up the industry, try to shake up the executives at Disney to realize that there's a awakening coming and something has to give. He's not going to be there that much longer.
Right.
I don't think there's enough time for him to start selling off assets,
Right.
even with the contract extension he just got. So I think what he's really trying to do, since he renegotiated his contract and he's looking for the incentive bonuses, is he's trying to kick people in the pants and get them moving to get some money so that he can get his bonuses.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if they sold off anything in the next 2 to 3 years. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's, again, testing the waters, seeing what's out there, seeing, like, hey, I might be interested in selling, the Louvre, and, how much are you going to give me for it? How much is it worth to you? And kind of seeing, okay, where's that going to put me at the end of the deal?
Well, and that's the thing. Like, so if somebody comes in and starts speculating and saying, "I'm going to give you $5 billion for ABC," you have any idea what that's going to do to their stock price? And all he's trying to do is boost the stock price. If he can do it by, basically doing what Elon Musk does, going out there saying stupid stuff to change your stock price,
Right.
that works too, as long as the stock price goes up and it stays there.
Yeah.
If he, I think he's trying to generate this idea of value. Like, I know what we have is valuable. I want somebody else to tell me how valuable it is and tell the rest of the world,
Right.
so that people realize how valuable we are.
Sure.
So I think it's a lot of bluster right now.
I can see that.
I'll be honest with you, I'm an Apple person. I don't want to see Apple acquire Disney either, but that's just me. So anyway, we're going to take our second break and we'll be back with our review of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. I'll give you my take on it first, and then you can give yours. So I went out and did a little bit of research to see what the critics said, and RogerEbert.com's review of the movie hit the nail on the head, where they described it as never boring, but never really entertaining at the same time. Overall, it was at about the level of a streaming miniseries that's probably where it would have been best showcased. It wasn't worth a big screen adventure, and it certainly wasn't worthy of capping off such an illustrious series. But that phrase, in fact, I think, has to be drawn into question. When only 2 of the 5 movies in the franchise are illustrious and exceptional, should we really be looking back so fondly on the Indiana Jones franchise as we do? I think it's more nostalgia than anything else. But let's take a deeper look at the movie, without giving away too many spoilers. So hands down, and we'll take a look at the series real quick too. So hands down, the best movie in the series was Raiders of the Lost Ark. It lit the spark for the franchise, and it reinvigorated the entire movie genre going forward. When we get to the Temple of Doom, it's a mediocre showing with a weak cast, limited sets, lackluster special effects, and an uninteresting story. But it was a sequel, so expectations were low. We get to The Last Crusade, and it was an absolute masterpiece and dispelled any doubts about sequels being subpar. It recaptured the original spirit of Raiders, and it gave us what we thought would be, at that time, a fitting end to the saga, especially the name, Last Crusade. That would have worked. Then we get to Crystal Skull, a movie that had such potential, so many opportunities to do the right thing, and seemed so deliberately self-sabotaging to make us cringe at the thought of watching it again. Because I did. I sat down and watched them all with our daughter because she hadn't seen them all. The Dial of Destiny. See, it's not even a memorable title. The Dial of Destiny falls somewhere between Crystal Skull and Temple of Doom. It wants to be a classic indie adventure, but lacks the inspiration. Much like the previous failed movies, the object of the adventure is a weak plot point pulled from a known existing museum piece, combined with a plot that pushes it beyond the realm of believability. And that's where the movie loses me and so many other fans, is they push it to the point of ludicrousness. And it was just flat. It had no emotion. It had no oomph. It felt old and tired and weak. I mean, granted, Harrison Ford's like 97 now or something like that.
81.
There's only so much oomph you can get from the man at this point in time.
But for 80 years old, he's not, sitting in a nursing home, drooling in a corner. So you gotta kind of give him, credit for that, I guess.
So what are your thoughts?
Okay, so I don't know. I think I'm kind of in the same boat as you. It was, it definitely wasn't one of the better, but it definitely wasn't at the bottom where, Crystal Skull was. I know when we went and saw that in the theater, we kind of left the theater going, really? That's where you went with it? Like, huh, okay. So, so going into this, it was like, okay, they have to do something better. And they did. So it was definitely better. And again, interesting little plot twist that you kind of have going on with it. Again, was it realistic? Well, some of the stuff that happened in Raiders really wasn't realistic. It was supernaturally. So you can kind of go, okay, every movie kind of has that aspect of some, make-believe magic thing, going on. There were some touching moments. There were some sad moments of it. The one thing was like everybody that Indy is meeting up with is getting killed off. You have somebody you're like, yeah, I'm going to help you. But, oh, you're dead. Oh, I'm going to help you. Oh, you're dead. It's like, nobody help him. You're going to die. Haven't you learned your lesson? So that was kind of interesting. The bad guy is a bad guy, but he's trying to make things better for bad guys is really what, what it comes down to, and the little things that go back and forth. But yeah, in some cases it kind of felt flat, but he's also 80 years old. So yeah, the fact that he's kind of tired, and the one premise behind it is he's getting ready to finally retire from teaching. And it's like, great, now I can't retire because now I got to go across the world and try and look for this last, adventure. So it was, again, it was definitely, it kept moving. There weren't too many slow parts, but like, they had said in the review, it was like, okay, there was so much going on, but yet nothing was going on. Like, did you need to have all of that?
Right. It was just make busy stuff.
Right.
It didn't drive a plot or anything.
Right.
I mean, they would have been better off calling it Indiana Jones and the Search for Social Security. I mean, that's really what it felt like.
Yeah.
It's like, I got nothing out of it. Like, I walked out of there thinking, oh, okay, well, let's watch the next episode next week. And it almost felt like it's a serial that left it hanging.
Yeah.
Like, and it's supposed to be the last one.
Right.
So I think the series would have done so much better had they just not done the last two movies and ended it with Last Crusade.
Last Crusade. No, I could totally agree.
I would have been perfectly fine with it. But to my point, you've got 5 movies in this series, and only 2 of them are good. Is it really a great series at that point? I mean, yeah, if you're a baseball player, you're batting .250 at that point. Like, it's not incredible. I can't get excited about that at this point. And it's almost like they're doing a discredit to the franchise. Like Crystal Skull was just abysmal.
Well, it's kind of funny if you go to Hollywood Studios in Disney and they have the Indiana Jones stunt show. It's all stuff based on Raiders of the Lost Ark. They've never incorporated, with all of these other movies, they've never changed the script to match, where other theme park things, you have, Pirates of the Caribbean, that they made a movie based on the ride, so then they went back and added aspects of the movie to the ride, and every time a new movie came out, they would change the ride, where here you have something where, nope, this is the only thing that we've done, and that's what we leave it at. So
it's almost like they made the movie because they couldn't end the franchise on Crystal Skull because it was so bad. So I think they thought it would be successful as long as it wasn't as bad as Crystal Skull. And it wasn't. So I think it's mission accomplished for them.
Right.
But the movie didn't need to be made.
I think it would have been better off if they had done it like a streaming, a six-part episode. Yeah. And that's how you would have.
That would have worked just fine.
Yeah.
So anyway, I wouldn't go and pay for it knowing what I know now. I'd wait for it to come out on streaming. That's just me.
And kind of going, leading back to where everything was. Now you're seeing movies that they're only out in the theater for 3 months and then they're available to stream. So a lot of people,
which is another reason why Disney's losing money on streaming.
Right, and that's kind of going back to, so people are like, well, why should I go to the movie theater when I'll be able to just watch it in my home, and I'll be able to pause it and get a drink and a snack. And, if something comes up, I can finish the movie tomorrow. I don't have to sit and waste, 3 hours.
That's a reflection of them not knowing what to do with the new technology.
Right.
And they're basically abusing themselves with this technology because they don't know how to use it.
Right.
So I think that was all we had today.
Yep.
Before we go, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write in and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We stream 5 days a week on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at insightsintothings.
And you can find all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to, that was kind of a sudden intro there, wasn't
Sure
it?
was.
Kind of cut that off a little abruptly. A little out of practice. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 149. Franklin, my dear, I don't give a Zolocon. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, dear?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am frustrated because my camera 3 is not working and I had to quickly replace it.
I understand.
But other than technical difficulties, I think I'm doing just
Well,
fine.
that's good.
So been kind of on a hiatus for a while here. with our
Unintentional.
entertainment. We just haven't had a lot to talk
Yeah,
about.
we keep kind of trying to, I guess, revamp how we want the show to be, what we want the show to be, and we just haven't really found that right mix of what we actually want to
Right.
do. We don't want to just regurgitate, the news stories.
We want to add value.
Right,
We want to add value to the things that we talk
Right.
about.
We want to make it so that, also you can go back to a past podcast and re-listen to it again
Right.
and find some entertainment value
Sure.
from it. So,
And I think the weekly cadence got to be too much of a grind.
Mm-hmm.
It got to the point where we were struggling to find things. to
right.
include in the
So
show.
it was definitely we want it to be quality, not necessarily quantity. So if it's something where it's
Exactly.
once a month, it's once a month. If it's twice a month, it's twice a month. If it's,
I think at minimum once a month. I think we can come up with
Probably.
enough things to talk
Probably.
about, especially now that convention
Mhm.
season's going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
So today we're not really going to be talking about much in the way of news. We're going to be talking about a couple of things that we had attended. We will be talking in our first segment about the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. Then the next day, actually, we went to ZoloCon. ZoloCon.
It's your most favorite convention toy show to go to.
So we
Just so
have
you
a
can
little
say
bit
that.
We have a little bit of footage from both of
Mhm.
those. We'll take a look at those. And then I kind of threw something together real quick for our third segment here. I thought it would be worthwhile since our last podcast, we talked about swapping the Bobs again and Bob Iger coming back. thought it'd be kind of interesting to kind of see where things are and what challenges Iger might be facing right now, and just get your opinion on that and how things are going with Disney, since he's come back into the fold. But before we do that, though, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment, and you can get audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days, Google, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. So, Disney 100, Franklin Institute, Philadelphia. We were there
Last weekend.
last weekend, which was that opening
No,
weekend?
it was their second weekend.
Second weekend.
They
Second
opened
weekend.
the week before.
Right. So we were there early in the morning. We got there. We did the museum. We had a 12:30 time for the exhibit. And they have it in the same exhibit hall they have all the other ones. We've done the Star Wars one. We've done the Marvel one. What are your thoughts? Walk us through it.
So I have to say, if you are a fan of Disney, any aspect of Disney, being in this area, we're very fortunate because this is the only location within the United States that this is going to be. So there are people that are traveling from all over the country to come and see it because this is the only place. So that's kind of special to think that that we're kind of hosting it, even though we're not physically hosting it.
And let's be fair, since they always do the D23 in California, the least they could do is give the East
right,
Coast something.
exactly. And that's when you think about all of the D23 events and everything else, it's usually always Florida or it's California. So to actually have it, in Philadelphia, so really for anybody that's within, a couple of hours, and you're a Disney fan, this is a look into, behind the scenes stuff that you don't normally get to see. Disney has been doing a lot of different behind the scenes shows on Disney Plus, like Behind the Vault, or all these different shows. There's a couple of different ones.
You mean that show that you started watching again without me? That Disney show?
No, the other one that we already watched.
The other one that you're watching.
No, we already watched it.
Well, I thought you stopped at one point.
That's the attraction one. That's the other one.
I know there was one of them. There was one that you left me out of. I know that.
Well, anyway, there's various different shows that are on that Disney Plus is running, that they've been running, where they give you some of these behind the scene things from the archives. Look at stuff that, unless you work for the Disney Corporation, you've never seen. So this is such an opportunity to be able to see so many different things from so many different decades, going back 100 years really with the company when you think about it, and different aspects of it. So you have the animated part of it, you have the music part of it, you have the attractions, so they break down the whole exhibit into, I think they had it in 10, what did they call it, what did they call it? Why can't I think of the word?
I don't know. What did they call it?
The different themed galleries. the different galleries that, and each gallery had a different theme to it. One was costuming, one was the individual characters, one, like I said, was the music, technology, even showing some of the audio animatronic body parts, how they would manipulate a character to make it move. Obviously, then the drawing aspect of it, and even going from the original way that the movies and cartoons were drawn to now the computer animated. How do they make Rapunzel's hair move a certain way? And so they have all these little videos going on.
Algorithms like Google, right?
Exactly. So there's a lot to it and so much to really see. And unfortunately, there were so many people there that it's kind of hard to read everything and to look at everything. So fortunately, because we live so close by, it's definitely something that I want to get to again to be able to...
So how long is it actually?
It is actually in Philadelphia until August 27th. Okay. So you have quite a while, all of the summer, and all of the spring to get there.
This isn't the only location that they're going to be doing.
Right. So two other locations. So in April, it will actually open up in Munich. So it will be going simultaneously with
so they're probably showing
different things. And the one in Munich actually goes until September 3rd. So it goes a little bit beyond the Philadelphia one. And then the dates for London are actually fall of 2023. They actually don't even have their dates open yet. So I'm guessing maybe part of Munich's show and part of Philly's show might end up at the London show, I'm guessing.
So let's talk a little bit about what was on display. You mentioned there's multiple galleries. What were some of the galleries? How were they themed? What were some of the things that were there that kind of stuck out at you? The stuff that jumped.
Sure. So they start off. They go sort of in a linear fashion, starting with the very beginning of everything and how the Disney company started. And you have the Alice shorts, and then Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and then obviously Mickey Mouse. So that's the progression. So they have some original drawings of all three of those with some videos playing as you're walking through that section. And then they kind of go through, and then it goes on to the whole, Mickey and everything that happened, how he kind of blew up, I guess, and how the company really kind of formed around that and everything. And then they had, the whole music section with the original songs for Snow White and because that was really their first musical. And so they had some of the original sheet music from that, and along with drawings and things like that. So you have that whole aspect. And then they go through the whole character development. How do they develop a character and basically take you through the different iterations of the character. So you have, here's their first sketch of a character, and then where does it go from there? And then to the maquettes, where here's our final model of a character. So now you can actually see it in a 3D form to be able to manipulate it and do other things with it.
So the exhibits themselves, there's a lot of static exhibits that are there. There's a lot of descriptive plaques to read, to give descriptions and stuff like that. But not all of it is static. There's some interactive exhibits that they have there. Can you talk a little bit about the interactive?
Well, the one interactive exhibit wasn't working, which I don't know if it hasn't been set up yet, if it was too early, or if it already broke down, which is kind of a shame if it's only been within the first week. They have a lot of different ones where you can listen to different presentations, and then they have other ones again where they had one where it was different colors, and you could pick different color schemes, and when you picked certain colors it would show you which character was associated with that. I really didn't do much of the interactives. I don't know if you guys, because we weren't really walking around
we
together.
kind of blew through a good portion of that because most of the interactive. So the way the exhibit itself is arranged is you have small rooms that are then connected by hallways, and a lot of the interactive listening things and stuff like that are on the walls in those in those walkways. So the problem that I ran into is it was very crowded. So those walkways became bottlenecks. So I kind of was rushing to get through those into a more open room. So we skipped a lot of that stuff. Most of the things that we went in and took a look at were just the static. You know, that's the eye pop. You know? But what I did notice is there's a lot of subtlety in there. There's a like when you walk into the first open room, the room itself is roughly round with large displays in the middle. Well, in the middle of these large projection displays are original novels like Grimm's fairy tales and stuff like that, which were they weren't just like library books. These were like the original novels that inspired the stories that Disney did, which if you didn't get up there and see those, you would have never realized.
And that was one that I had missed. Whereas one of the things that I ended up seeing was a Winnie the Pooh that was from the live action movie, and then they had from the live action Beauty and the Beast movie, they had models of two of the characters from that, and that was kind of like back around a corner. So there were certain things where you had to kind of wait in line to see because, you know, so many people were going to see, but if you went past it, you would have missed it because you know, they were kind of back in the corner in a certain area.
So they did have a section there for one of the galleries was kind of dedicated to the parks and things that came out of the parks. Talk about that a little bit and what were some of the things that they had?
Yeah, so one of the things was they had one of the original ride vehicles from Peter Pan. So that was really cool to see. And really, that hasn't changed much over the years. If you know, have gone to the park, you know, recently, it pretty much looks the same. Then one of the bobsleds from the Matterhorn was there as well. One of the other things that was really cool, I don't think you had it in your video, but I know I took a picture of it, was they had the original name tags from when the Disneyland first opened, and I guess when they had first done them, they had numbers on them, and they had the number 1, which was Walt Disney's original name tag, you know, from the park. So that was really kind of interesting. And then they had some other models. So they had one of the dolls from It's a Small World. They had one of the characters from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, one of the little devils there. One of the other things that was kind of cool was it was a model from... all you Disney fans are gonna yell at me because I'm.
Is it in the movie?
I don't think it was in the movie, but it was the Inner Space ride. But the little model, it's the Doom Buggy. It's, you know, but it was blue because on that ride it was the Omna. I can't think of the ride vehicle, but it looks like it's a little Doom Buggy, except it's blue and there are people in it.
Maddie did catch.
Yeah, that. I was like, oh look, there's my Doom. Oh, it's not the Doom Buggy. You know, but I knew what it was because I knew they used that same ride vehicle in other rides back in the day.
So of everything that they had there, what was the biggest highlight for you of the entire thing?
Oh, I don't know.
What jumped out at you the most?
I don't know. I don't know if there was any like one.
What was the most impressive thing?
Was the most impressive? Well, I guess the castle, but that wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just a model of the castle. I think, Walt's name badge, his
Sure,
name tag was
sure.
probably
From
from a sentimental,
Totally see that. The thing that jumped out at me the most was the model of the Nautilus.
mm,
Like, it was the hero model that was 12 feet
Right,
long. And
right.
it was monstrous.
right.
That was just impressive to come around the corner and see
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, like everything was like, wow, cool. Like if they would have had something from the Haunted Mansion, that probably would have been
Yeah.
like my
But they didn't, and that was kind of
yeah.
disappointing.
But that's the whole thing is I don't know if
And
other-
it's a shame because it was such a pet project of Walt's.
Right.
To do.
Right.
He was so involved in doing that.
like I would have liked to have seen more stuff with the audio animatronics.
Yeah.
And a little bit more of the history and the technology for that. But again, they had the different movies going on. In one of the movies, one of the clips they had was a behind the scenes of the Haunted
Yeah.
Mansion. So they did have
Well,
that.
Let's
so
run the video.
Sure,
You
sure.
Can kind of give us some commentary over the video and point out the things that catch your eye.
sure. So this was a cute little pre-show, I guess, when you first, walked in.
And it was neatly done because
Uh-huh.
it was if when you're there, it's a hologram. It's a multi-screen 3-dimensional hologram.
Yeah. So of course, being able to see, Walt Disney like that was really kind of cool. Kind of creepy, but kind of cool all at the same time.
We believe in it
There we
all
go.
the way. We have confidence in our ability to do it right, and we work hard to do the best possible job. There's really no secret about our approach. We keep moving forward, opening up new doors, doing new things, because we're curious. And curiosity keeps leading us down new paths. We're always exploring and experimenting.
Everybody ready? Then on with the show!
Then move along.
Right.
Yeah, so this is the first section that you kind of walk through, and it shows, Oswald. Then this was an area where they had concepts of the different parks, different lands, and of course the Haunted Mansion right there. This was that book section that you were talking about. So this was talking about where they got the inspiration for their different movies and shorts and things like that. And this was, again, the innovation area and the multiplane, a miniature version of the multiplane camera. Talking about, again, that the first animated musical.
And that was neat
the
that
original.
They had the original scores there. For
Yeah. And the original, record album.
Yeah, like this is where you kind of you feel the history here. Pieces are there.
Yeah. And then they had various different costumes from some of their live action. So this was from the Cruella movie.
So that's one of the interactive ones where you can listen to the.
Right. So they kind of had like a little history of Cruella.
What's this?
I don't know, some
science fiction.
some science fiction-y thing, and some dice from a guy that wants to be a pilot, and oh look, it's chicken. No, it's pork.
Well, that's dinner.
And of course BB-8, and these were screen-used props that were here.
Right.
So some, they had a nice little Star Wars section, so it was kind of cool, obviously.
It was little though.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising that it was as small as it was. Here's those books again.
Those books again.
Yeah, and there were different interactive things with that
each of them had screens on there.
And then this was the music section, talking about how influential music, and how much a part of music is.
There's that creepy doll.
There's that creepy doll. It's a small world. And
And
ride
this is neat
vehicle.
because it actually lights up, like there's a shot of the actual
Ride,
there,
yeah.
And they lit up. Ironically enough, the devil not nearly as creepy as the other one was.
Yeah, definitely not as creepy as that. And he's from, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. And then this was interesting, so...
In a creepy way.
In a creepy way. I have a story about the doll that we can talk about after the video. And then they had, a little bit of a Marvel section, so that was kind of nice
When
to
the
be
movie
included.
franchise makes as much as it does,
You have to put something in from that. And then, of course, when you get to the end, there's a gift shop.
There is a gift shop.
They're very Disney of them.
Surprisingly poorly stocked gift shop, though.
Yeah, not as many exclusive things as I would have
This was neat
expected.
actually seeing things from the musicals. Too.
Yes, they did a whole, so along with the musical, they also had the Broadway aspect of it. And then
there's
here's
the
that
hero of
Nautilus. The Nautilus.
Like, it's literally 12 feet, 15 feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
It's monstrous. And here's a creepy Olaf to go along with the other creepy characters we saw.
Because again, this was part of the Broadway show, and had they developed it and made the character, and then this was this really cool Cinderella's castle that was kind of towards the end of it with the fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
And you never get to watch fireworks when we're at the parks.
I very rarely do.
So this was
I never get to see them from the right angle. I'm usually seeing them from the backside of something because our daughter is not a fan of loud sounds. But now with, AirPods, she could.
Right.
And maybe I'll actually get to see fireworks the next time we go. So what was interesting about that Mickey doll was, again, one of the specials that's on Disney Plus, where they kind of do a behind the scenes thing. And this is from one that was from a couple of years ago, so it's not new. But if you go on Disney Plus, you'll find it. They talk about that Mickey doll because when his shorts, became available, there was this woman who sewed this doll and had sent it to Walt, and he loved it so much that he kind of hired her to make them, but she couldn't make them fast enough, so she actually sold the pattern to McCall's, so that's what that doll represented there, where you could go and buy the pattern to make your own Mickey Mouse doll. So that was kind of, an interesting, side note of seeing that and then seeing it on the television show too.
So to wrap it all up, what are your final thoughts on the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute?
If you're a fan, you have to go. You can't miss this opportunity, especially if you're somewhere within the East Coast, or if you're out on the West Coast and you want to fly out to Pennsylvania to Philadelphia and make a weekend trip of it. There's obviously enough stuff to do in the area. We're pretty historic in the Philadelphia area. We've had a couple of things happen here, so you could definitely make a week. A long weekend trip. What's nice is that if it's something where you don't want to do the rest of the museum, because if you if you go during the day with the exhibit, you get the rest of the Franklin Institute included in it. But if it's something where you don't want to do that, they do evening hours Thursday through Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m. So it's a little bit less because you're just doing the exhibit. But if you want to have, a full day, then obviously you can do the museum as well as the exhibit. And again, up until August 27th in Philadelphia. Then, unless you're in Munich, then that one starts in April. And then this fall, it'll be in London.
All right. And, like you said, we're going to probably go back again in the evening just for the exhibit.
Right.
Hopefully it won't be as crowded, but fortunately we have plenty of time to do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about ZoloCon. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Now we get to talk about ZoloCon. Sorry, I can't help myself.
I know.
So, ZoloCon is a sci-fi and fantasy expo that focuses on vintage toys and comics from the 1970s and up. Tell us about it. Tell us about your experience. How did you enjoy it this year?
So this past weekend, it's funny because as far as we knew, they only did it once a year. And then I guess last year or the year before, they started doing it twice a year. Now, this year, they'll actually be doing 3 different events. So this happened to be what they consider their winter edition. And it was actually the largest one to date. And we could definitely tell vendors all over the place in various different places, even in some parts of the building we had never even been to before. And every area was jam-packed. I don't think there was really any empty spaces this year.
Usually you'd go through there and you'd see like empty vendor tables or vendors that didn't show up for Sunday or something. Everybody was packed.
Yeah, everybody was there.
You have the main room where the centrifuge is, which is the highlight of the whole thing.
Right.
You have another room at that level and then a hallway that was packed.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the upstairs room.
Right.
Where you've got 2 rooms split by a bar, which, by the way, they had alcohol on the main floor this time.
Right,
so
right.
You can get drinks the whole time and get sloshed while you're buying lots of toys.
Right, right.
And then down on the first floor, they had vendors there, which they'd never had before.
And they were also doing tattoos.
And they were doing tattoos.
There were a couple of different tattoo artists, which that seems to be like the new thing at toy shows and conventions is to have a various tattoo artist. Go buy a Luke Skywalker and get a tattoo while you're here.
So not only did we find the exhibition area downstairs, we also happened to find the restaurant they had there that we never knew they had.
Right. And I think that's relatively new as well. So that might have, been something that they started. Well, I did see the one sign that they were normally open just like Fridays, I guess, during the week. So maybe on the weekends or if they have an event and they know there are going to be people around. Because I can't see just going there for a meal. It's kind of out of the way.
Well, and that's it. The complex that they're in.
Right.
Is an office complex.
Right.
There's a school in there. There's a manufacturing in there.
So I could see like on a Friday.
Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff that's actually in there.
Right.
at what used to be the Brewster Aviation plant before World War II, and then it became the naval testing station as well. So again, Philadelphia, a lot of history just in that one little area there.
Yeah.
How were the crowds?
It was crowded, but it wasn't, it wasn't unmanageable. It was because everybody kind of flowed through, and it's done in such a way in the main room, because it's where the centrifuge is. It's a big circular room. They do 2 rows. So they have the inner circle and they have the outer circle.
So it's like a dartboard.
Yeah. And they leave enough room in between so you definitely don't feel like you're, getting, claustrophobic. And usually what we end up doing, because there's so much on both sides, is we'll do each aisle, each circle twice. We'll do, the outside. So we look at just that,
So you do the left side, then you do the right side, then you come to the inner circle. Do the
right.
left side, do the
And
right
so that
side.
this way we get to see, everything, so that we're not, oh, did you see that? No, I was looking over here. And I never felt like there wasn't enough room to do that. They do have stairs to get to the upstairs area, but there's also elevators, which were very spacious, because we ended up taking that.
It was like a cargo elevator.
Yeah. So
Which was themed, by the way.
yes, it was. It was space themed, so it was just so.
That was kinda neat.
That part is kind of cool, but they have something for everyone. They have if you're into pops, which that seems to be a
Which I'm not.
big seller. Almost everybody, you'll find a handful or 2 handfuls of vendors that are selling that. Then you have brand new toys that are out. Obviously the vintage toys, and that's what a lot of people obviously are going for. There was the one vendor, I think this was the first time we saw, who does pins.
Yes.
Beautiful pins. So between Maddie and myself, we bought a bunch of different pins.
Well, and even the pendant guy that I had bought the one
Yeah, I was
thing
gonna
at,
say the
which I don't
pendant.
want to talk about because he hasn't gotten his
Right, he
presents yet,
hasn't
but-
gotten his stuff yet.
But the pendant guy that's there, who hand makes his own pendants,
Right,
and it was neat because he's there interacting with it. He's not just selling his stuff.
right.
He's soliciting input for what you'd like to see him make
Right,
in his
like
next show.
what would you like me to make? So that's what's always so cool about these events, is it's that unique item that you didn't know existed, maybe, or you did and you're like, the one guy who we've seen, because again, we go to so many of these now that we run into a lot of the same vendors, but
Right.
it's like, okay, well, what do you have for this show? And the one guy, he sells Lego minifigures, and he makes the Lego figures. This time around, I didn't buy a Lego figure from him. He was selling purses and wallets, and he had a Haunted Mansion purse, and I was like, all right, take my money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's, again, something you never know what you're going to find when you go. And like you said, part of the whole ZoloCon experience is the venue itself. Just, knowing the history of that building and what happened there. And that was what was kind of cool too this time around, was because we were going to these other areas of the building, there were more pictures and plaques and different historical things about what had happened at that building in the past. So that's
The one
really kind of
thing
cool.
that I had noticed was, while it was vendor heavy, it was kind of light on artists this time around. There wasn't many. Like last time, there was probably 3 or 4 times as many artists
Yeah.
on that inner ring there. Didn't get as many artists this time. So I don't know if it's really it's not a comic book show,
Right,
even though there are guys that are selling comics.
right.
So you don't get a lot of artists. They had the one author there who Maddie had bought her book last time. that
Oh,
we were
okay.
there. But not really a lot in the way of artwork,
Right.
which I don't have enough room on my walls right now as it
Mhm.
is, but
Right.
kind of noticed that was one of the big changes. They also changed the refreshment area up here
Mm-hmm.
this time because they put the alcohol down where the refreshments were, so you didn't have the seating area there. So
Right.
for someone like me who I can't stay on my feet that long, it was kind of difficult trying to find little nooks and so forth here. And in fact, when we left, I had to send you guys back up for
Right.
the last piece I wanted because I couldn't do all the walking.
Right. Right.
So happy with what you got? Did you get anything that was good?
Yeah, like I said, Maddie and I got a couple of pins. I ended up getting some Star Wars Pyrex, really for you for
Right.
lunches. So, yeah, interesting, unique things that wouldn't have thought to
Well, let me
find. And
cue up the video.
Sure.
We can. This was video footage that we took while we were there. I had Maddie walk around with the camera for a little bit.
Mhm.
You know, just to see what some of the things were that they had.
Yeah, so it's neat to see, because again, here's the big giant centrifuge and various space stuff just there while you're walking around.
But you can see how wide these aisles
Oh,
are. So
yeah.
there's plenty of room
Yeah.
with the aisles, which is nice. So you're not elbow to elbow with people. like
Right,
you are at
right.
Some of the shows.
Right. Some of the sections, with individual vendors, if they had like a little corner and you wanted to go into the corner to see, then it might have been tight. But other than that, for the most part, and there were a lot of people there when we were there, so it wasn't like it was
And this was Sunday that we were there.
right.
You know,
We usually always tend to go on a Sunday.
if we're not going for panels or for celebrities, which we usually don't go for, we'll almost always go on a Sunday. We'll go on the last day of the show because the vendors tend to be a lot more interested in selling their stuff.
Right.
'Cause they
Yeah,
don't
and you
wanna take it
have,
home.
a bunch of the vendors with homemade,
a couple of vendors with D&D stuff, dice
Right.
and dice towers,
Mhm.
which, it's kind of nice to see that coming into its own now.
right.
I really need to coach her on how not to make sudden movements with the camera. A couple of these I had to slow down.
Go slow. Yeah, it's just such a nice because like the one vendor selling coffee, he wasn't there at
Right.
this one. So here was
There's
the
your
pin
Yeah.
and
Ton of pins. too.
ton of different types of pins and more on her website, which is nice. A couple of people dressed up, not a whole lot.
Not a lot.
But there were some. They were doing a custom toy.
Well, they usually do a costume contest. Did they do that on Saturday? Is that why?
I don't know, maybe, but they were doing a custom toy contest.
Right, like a action figure. toy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So again, lots of different pops.
I was talking to that particular vendor. He
Uh-huh.
said he's got 3,000 pops back at his shop
Oh, I
right
bet.
now.
I bet. And then you have different video games. So if you play any, older systems, there's usually always a couple of different people selling that. Sometimes you get a t-shirt person
Yep.
selling things. The one t-shirt guy who does t-shirt artwork and pins. He happened to be there, so I picked up a t-shirt from him. Maddie picked up another pin of his because I follow him on Facebook, so I knew he had an Owl House, which is one of the shows that she and I watch on Disney Plus. So he had a pin that had come out a couple of months ago, so we knew he was going to be there, so we definitely made a beeline to go and get something from him.
Well,
so
and the thing that's really nice is that when you have that many vendors there, you don't get a lot of duplicate vendors. You get
Yes.
a lot of variety, a lot of different things to choose from. And the vendors, like the interaction with the vendors, I think since COVID, really, I've noticed, has been very positive. They're very outgoing. They're very engaging now.
because everybody misses being around
Yeah.
people and talking to people and
Yeah.
and doing
And
this.
I struck up a conversation with one of the vendors. I was there for 15 minutes just talking about, how the shows have been going and how business has been and, different types of customers. And they're not just vendors. They're people that love the same things that you love
Right,
too. So
right.
it's almost like a community at this point.
Oh,
which is kinda
absolutely,
nice.
absolutely. And that was, they, one of the Facebook groups. They have another ZoloCon Facebook group, and it was one of the organizers of it, and he was just over the moon about how well it went, and that this was their largest attendance to date, and that they couldn't speak, they had so many nice things to say about the vendors that were there, about the guests that were there, about just everything all around, just giving out the love.
It's a great show. It's a great venue. It's not far for us. It's in Warminster.
Right.
So it's 45 minutes.
About 45 minutes for us. Yeah.
So it's not that far from us, and it's just it's a nice day out. And it's kind of nice to go out there and buy stuff that you can't buy anywhere else.
Right, exactly. And that's what's always, and I think for us now, we've we've gotten to the point where we just have way too much stuff. You've seen our collection, and it's still, since we did that video, a year ago now, there's been more stuff.
And that was only a small sampling.
That wasn't even all of it. Where we've kind of come to the conclusion we don't need to buy anything more. So for us to go to a show, it's really to see,
it's the experience.
It's the experience of it, or to find that unique...
I'm going to find stuff for other people now. Like I managed to get 2 really cool things for Sam this time.
Right.
That I couldn't get anywhere else. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Right. And Maddie ended up picking up a couple of things that she wouldn't have normally been able to find. And the things that I got, again, were that unique, individual, one-of-a-kind
the types
thing.
of things that I would be looking to add to my collection at this point are things that would require me to mortgage the house. So I'm trying not to add things to my collection at this point.
Right. And or if you find that small little thing that, okay, that's not going to take up, a lot of room, or, or this adds to somebody else, or something to go with D&D, or, something.
Yeah, that's really what I'm looking for now. I was kind of disappointed I didn't find any D&D minis there. Not that I need more minis either.
Right, you don't need more minis either. But that's, that's the thing, is for us, it's also the experience of just going and being with the community.
Absolutely.
And again, this is the type of show where there aren't panels, there aren't the celebrities to go see. It's not like Monster Mania or Wizards or, some of the other shows. It's really...
Fan Expo. It's not Wizards anymore. It'll always be Wizards.
It'll always be Wizards to me, just like Downtown Disney. You can't take that away from me.
All right. So I think we've covered that one pretty well. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna get a feeler for how Bob's doing. The new old Bob. That's what I should have named this. The New Old Bob Show. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So Bob is back at Disney. Not that Bob, the other Bob.
Right.
So
The original Bob.
We've swapped Bob's back to the old Bob. And you know, he's facing some challenges. He's only supposed to be there for 2 years, kind of a short time to turn things around. Chapek did a brilliant job of running things into the ground in the short amount of time that he was there. One of the first things that Iger's doing now that he's back is apparently slashing 7,000 jobs, and there's 5.5 billions in cost cutting he has to make somewhere. Should I feel bad that Disney's hard up for cash at this point in time?
And that's the thing is, are they really? Because I haven't seen anything where...
Not according to their stock price, they're not.
Right. That's, where it's kind of, huh?
Right. And it's almost imagined, because you look at some of the things that they're running into, and you're running into sluggish box office sales. You know, like, for instance, that new Quantum Mania movie came out and it tanked at the box office. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, box office sales are down in general since COVID.
Right.
That, plus everyone knows that their stuff's going to come out on Disney Plus in a few months. So
right, so why
to go to the box office?
Right.
The streaming business has been hit hard because they've completely flooded the market and turned people off with crap, really. I mean, they're literally just churning out stuff to put on there. Right. And it's not quality stuff. So
the stuff that is good, they cancel after 2 seasons.
Yeah.
You know, there have been a number of shows that Maddie and I have started to watch, and it's like, oh, by the way, this is done now.
Right.
Like, oh, we couldn't even get like a 2nd season or a 3rd season. Like, okay.
Right.
Thanks. So it almost makes you not want to watch something.
Right.
Until it's
almost like
3 or 4
Google.
Seasons out.
Like, nobody wants to Google comes out with really cool stuff, but as soon as you get into it, they cancel it and it goes away. So nobody wants to do that. And Disney's putting themselves into the same position as well. They're canceling shows that I'm not even watching. Usually I'm the one that kills shows when I watch them and start getting into them.
Exactly.
So I think that 5.5 billion they're talking about really is it's a fictitious number that they think they should be making that. I don't think Disney's losing money. Disney's got more money than God. Mm-hmm. You know, when God needs to put a new world in place, he goes to Disney for a loan.
Is that what it does?
So it's not that Disney's losing money. They're just not making it as fast as they want to.
Okay.
And part of the problem you run into is, you know what? You keep coming out with superhero movies just for the sake of coming out with superhero movies. They finally reached a point of saturation with Marvel, and nobody wants to go see it anymore. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, they learned that lesson pretty fast with Star Wars.
Right.
You know, they flooded the market with Star Wars, trying to turn it into another Marvel, and that bit them in the butt really quick.
Right.
So I can't feel bad for Disney.
Mm-hmm.
So the real question comes down to, in 2 years, can they come up with a succession plan for Iger? And really what I have to ask is, do you need a succession plan for Iger? Is he really going to be gone in 2 years? Because given how much his incentive is for success, I don't see him going away anytime soon.
Yeah, I could see him still staying on as a consultant when he's still doing things. But then again, you also have to look at everything that's kind of going on right now in the state of Florida. That's a whole other kit and caboodle of that whole toxicness.
Well, and let's be honest. What's going on in Florida is a temporary thing.
Hopefully.
It's temporary because it's a pissing match between DeSantis and Disney.
Right.
And it really was a pissing match between DeSantis and Chapek.
Right.
And Chapek's out of the picture. And DeSantis is going to be out of the picture in 2024 when he runs for president anyway.
Hopefully.
So it doesn't really, that's not that big a deal. In fact, Disney came out with a statement recently basically saying, you know, we're going to focus on what we do best. We're going to provide the best experience for people, blah, blah. They took the high ground.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't buy into the taunting and the stick poking that DeSantis was trying to draw them into.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically said, look, we operate under numerous jurisdictions and numerous regulations around the world, and we make it work, and we'll make it work here.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, I think what's going to happen with this little pissing match between DeSantis and Disney is the taxpayers are going to lose out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they skirted around the idea of having to take on all that debt for Reedy Creek by just restructuring the zone itself, and now DeSantis has his hand-picked group of
Right. He
board
picked all of
members in
his
there.
board members and everything.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Disney's been supplementing Reedy Creek since it was created.
Mm-hmm.
Disney's not going to do that anymore.
Right.
So Reedy Creek, or whatever the Central Florida Tourism District, or whatever they call it now because they had to rename it, they're not going to have the same budget they had before, but they still have the same requirements. And it's ultimately the people of Florida that are going to have to pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when people look at their tax bill after this whole fiasco, this little vindictive fiasco that DeSantis put together, they're going to realize, well, maybe we shouldn't have reelected him for this. Maybe he's having a hard time keeping politics out of business and keeping it from being personal. And, you know, that's really what it was. It was his own little
Oh, absolutely.
crusade.
Absolutely.
And ultimately, when the Florida taxpayers get their bill, that's when you're going to start seeing things change. And I think what's going to happen is by the time he goes to run for president, those tax bills are going to be in. And it's going to seriously impact his ability to raise money for his campaign. That's just what I think. I'm not a fortune teller myself. So that state down there of flux is really not going to be that big of an impact.
Mm,
Disney's the number one job maker in the state.
absolutely.
Do you really want to piss him off and have him leave the state?
And that's the thing, because there are a lot of people who, don't forget, there were a lot of people from California where they, the Disney company was transferring a lot of jobs from California down to Florida. And now there are a lot of people that are like, I don't know if I want to go down here in this hostile environment right now, the way that things are. So now there's, some various talk going back and forth of, well, maybe we should wait 2 years before, making this change, that maybe California is the better idea. And of course there's, all the different people saying that, gee, I wonder what Florida would be like if Disney decided, you know what, we're gonna just up and move Walt Disney World to a different part of the country,
Right.
and see how quick.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna. It's Disney is such a huge part of the economy down there that all they have to do is move one division that they have down there, and you're talking thousands of jobs that move out of the state.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the response. It's a direct response to DeSantis.
Mm-hmm.
He can't afford that bad press.
No.
And the only reason he's doing the things he's doing now, and the other stunts that he's doing, it's not just Disney centric.
Yeah.
The whole stunt with the flying migrants up to Democrat cities, and his whole stance. I love the fact that he's got this major stance against border security.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody really needs to tell the man he doesn't have a border with another country with his state. He doesn't. So you don't have border security.
Right.
So he's doing all this just for the publicity he needs to gain national attention so that he can make a run for 2024. After 2024, assuming he doesn't win, after 2024, he's going to be relegated to the crap pile of history at that point in time.
He's gonna be wishing he had a job at Disney.
Yeah,
hopefully.
because he's burning every bridge there. Because what's Disney going to do? They thought they bought him as a politician because they backed his original election. What's going to happen when your politician that you bought doesn't vote in your favor? You're going to go buy another politician,
Right. Exactly.
And the last thing you want is to have literally one of the largest corporations in the world. Again, a company with more money than God backing a politician other than you in the presidential race.
Yep.
How that's never going to end well for DeSantis.
No.
And that's exactly what's going to wind up happening.
Here's to hoping.
Plus all those voters that they have down there.
Oh,
all those
absolutely.
taxpayers that they have down there that are getting screwed by DeSantis. Does he think they're going to vote for him for president? If he gets into a pissing match with Disney when he's just a governor of a state, what's he going to do as president? He's not going to be looking out for these people.
No.
So he's burning his own bridges. So by 2024, between him and Trump tearing the Republican Party to the ground and literally just burning it to the ground, he's not going to have anything after 2024. So I'm not worried about any of that stuff.
Okay.
But, Iger's staying out of that now. It was
Right.
funny how he was commenting on it when Chapek was steering the ship in the wrong direction.
Right.
To
To try and get him.
Right. Chapek already had the company in the ditch, and he was over there kind of poking a stick in his cage about it.
Right.
Now that he's back in charge, he's not saying anything about it. He's
no.
tight-lipped about the whole thing.
Which is the way it needs to be.
Exactly. So the one thing I did see is that they're doing away with the parking charge.
Right. We did see that was, one of the things that did go away.
And that helps me to justify going down.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really been one of the only things I've seen kind of come back. I know they were talking about the reservation system, that
Right.
they were still leaving that in place, but they were opening it up for more people. The park hopping, changing the time on that to make it more accessible. I think they were starting to do some of the annual passes.
Right. They were doing the extra
Again.
magic hours in the morning. They were expanding out to other resorts.
Right.
The
So
problem is Chapek dug a huge hole. that
Right.
He's got to claw his way out of before he wins people like me back.
Yeah.
And I wasn't a big fan of Iger's to begin with.
Right.
So he's got his work cut out for him.
Right.
I would want to be in his position. And I don't think he's going to be able to fix all of this stuff in 2 years.
No, I think a lot of it's going to take time because it's one of those things. They were so quick to make the changes in the first place, and then of course you had the pandemic that kind of escalated it.
Kind of breathed down, was
So-
breathing down everyone's neck about it.
Right. So like now you have, they're starting to do dining options again. Like not the traditional dining plan that they had before, but something.
And they got to get rid of the Genie Plus. Oh my God.
They're not though. That's the problem. Genie Plus isn't going
They'll
anywhere. They're
never-
modifying it
They'll
again.
never win me back
Right.
with Genie Plus. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was a waste of money. It was a terrible experience.
Mm-hmm.
I walked out of Disney for the first time in 18 years that we've been going? 15 years that we've been going? Walked out of the first time and felt like I didn't get my money's worth out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're paying Disney money,
Right.
you damn well better feel like you're getting your money's worth out of it.
No, I agree. I was very disappointed with it as well, but you never even you never felt like you had that with the fast passes. Like you didn't have to really learn how to navigate it. It was there were probably people when Fast Pass first started that had a hard time with it and didn't quite understand how to make it work and that was
once you're going to hang a Fast Pass, you could make the system work for you.
right.
There's no way the Genie Plus works for anybody.
I don't know. That's the thing is I think we probably needed to do a little bit more research. But that's
it's
the
a
other
broken system,
but that's my whole point is that I shouldn't have to take a college course in how to use Genie Plus before I go on a vacation. That's where
and the thing is they build it as being anybody can use it. It's super convenient. You do everything through the app. Everything's wonderful.
right.
Well, one, I'm paying for it. Two, it has built-in restrictions that doesn't even come close to comparing with FastPass the way it
Right.
was.
Right.
3, the app was terrible.
Right.
It was confusing. It didn't always work. Oh, and you got to kill your phone battery just so you can get around the park.
Right, exactly.
Terrible idea.
Right. The idea is I'm on a vacation. I shouldn't have to be constantly on
Right.
my phone. Like when they had FastPass Plus, when they had the FastPass system, you know, as long as you knew what time your FastPass was for,
it was simple. It
you
was
didn't
easy.
need to be on your phone.
I could do all that on my phone, or I could go to a kiosk, or I could go to a park cast member in the park. I got options.
Right.
And that was free.
Right.
I'm paying for a system that they've deliberately handicapped now.
Right.
So as long as that's in place, they're not going to get me back. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I agree.
So, sorry, Bob, but it's an uphill battle. I wouldn't want his job.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even want a salary for his job, to be honest with you.
It's gonna take a while. It's not something that's gonna.
But that's the thing. He doesn't have a while.
He doesn't have a while. Yes, I know. Well,
so
and
unless
maybe
he's making revolutionary changes, they're breathing down his neck about $5.5 billion that they didn't lose, that they want back because they're not making money fast enough. That's what they're concerned about.
And that's the thing is, where is it that you're cutting these jobs? Is it from, you know, certain divisions? Is it a little bit?
They didn't ramp back up from the cuts from COVID.
Right. And that was going to be my next thing is I know that there are still cast members from the parks that never got called back because they just never opened up that section of the park or, you know, where they had worked before. So
yeah,
that's okay. How many, you know, are these new cuts? Now what are you going to cut? What are you closing? Or is it, you know, that's the whole thing.
What service am I losing now when I go down?
But I'm paying
you're
for.
Not going to cut the price.
Right.
You're going to raise the price and cut
because
the
you need to
service
make
again.
them right. Because you need to make the money now.
So I'll wait for the dust to settle and figure out who his successor is and how bad they are.
Yeah, I guess
before
we'll
I
have
go
to
back
see.
down. Anyway. Okay, we haven't had a chance to bash Disney in a while. It was good to
see. Do you feel better now?
I do. I feel like there's a weight lifted off of me now. This was such a great de-stressor for me.
I'm so glad.
So that's all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can get audio and video of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also invite you to write to us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us streaming 6 days a week on YouTube, as well as all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts,
Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights in Entertainment. This is episode 148, Swapping the Bobs Again. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. We've been out of the loop for a while here with the podcast.
Yeah, we sure have.
We've had a lot going on.
Yeah, that is true. We've been busy.
We've had marching band syndrome. We've had COVID syndrome. You can still hear it in my voice, probably, that I'm still suffering from a little bit. And this is almost 2 months after getting it now.
Yeah, we're almost 2 months.
Almost 2 months now. So I'm still reeling from its effects. Given the severity I had it with, I'm kind of glad I got my shots, all the shots that I did.
I was just gonna say, we were all very fortunate to have all been vaccinated and boosted, and we were just about so close to getting our next round of boosters, and then we all kind of got sick, and yeah, that kind of put things on the back burner. But fortunately, we all had a very mild case. We were all very fortunate. Unfortunately, you are still reeling with it, but not as bad as it could have been, obviously.
Right. And we have marching band to thank for that. We're pretty sure we got it from marching band.
Such a happy family activity.
Yeah. So, but a lot of stuff has happened. There's a lot to talk about. We're not going to get to everything today. We are going to talk about really two big things that happened in entertainment. One being the changing of the Bobs,
which happened actually on the same day. The finale of
right.
Yeah, so
we'll
kind of funny how it happened that way.
We'll be talking about Disney rotating the Bobs again. Then we're going to talk a little bit about The Walking Dead and their series finale and the impact and the future of that. And then we had a couple of events. One we just attended this weekend that I did not grab any of the pictures from you to put up for. So theater of the mind for our viewing audience this time around.
We'll describe everything in detail for you.
So stick around for the last segment. We're going to talk about some of the stuff that we've been attending recently. But before we do that, I do want to take a moment to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find both audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights in Entertainment. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher. I don't think we're on Stitcher. Stitcher doesn't do video. Neither does Spotify, as a matter of fact.
Probably should redo that list, huh?
So you can find audio versions listed as Insights in Entertainment under all of those. But video versions have, our Insights in Anything has video and audio. When you can find it, where you can find it.
Right.
I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. Tell us how bad I'm doing today, because I'm a little out of practice. Give us your show suggestions or conventions or other events in your area you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or we're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can find all those links and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go.
So, the changing of the Bobs. This was some very interesting news that I know a lot of fans of Disney were hoping for some big change to happen. And last month, it happened. So Bob Iger was probably one of the most successful CEOs in history of the Walt Disney Company. And now it seems that he's returning back to run the media empire. And this was very shocking news that basically dropped Sunday, November 20th at night. And what was interesting about this was that when all the other changes that have been happening with Disney, in a lot of cases, cast members were finding out about it after the fact. Information in most cases about the different layoffs and things, all people were finding out about it through social media after the fact. And a lot of the cast members were very upset that, they didn't get any sort of notice ahead of time. And Sunday night, I guess it was early Sunday night, an email actually went out to all of the cast members. So cast members were actually the first ones to know about,
as they should be,
all of these changes. So that was definitely a step in the right direction that so many of the cast members actually felt. Now, Bob Chapek, who replaced Iger in 2020, was actually stepping down immediately. It was like effective that night. All of the website information updated. It was almost like Chapek didn't even exist after the fact. It was Susan Arnold, who was the chairman of the board, had said in a statement that night, we thank Bob Chapek for his service to Disney over his long career, including navigating the company through the unexpected challenges of the pandemic. The board has concluded that as Disney embarks on an increasingly complex period of industry transformation, Bob Iger is uniquely situated to lead the company through this pivotal period.
Translation: Bob Chapek sucks, and we're bringing Iger back
Right.
until we figure it out.
And what was funny was, literally the next day, the stocks, had gone up 9%.
Still didn't make it up to.
Still didn't make it up to where they were during all of this, but definitely you're seeing, some of the changes from what you could see online and, social media. Cast members were elated by it.
There wasn't anybody who wasn't elated.
You know what?
by
There were very.
Chapek got a golden
Well,
parachute
yeah, he got a
to walk
golden
away.
parachute. But that's the thing, is that so many people were, because I think one of the other things that was kind of looming was there was another layoff that was
Right.
going to be looming, and now, as far as I know, none of that is in place. Now, granted, how long is it going to take for certain changes to go into effect? That's what will be interesting to see, and how many things that Chapek started are going to be undone. Because we know they're not going to get rid of certain things, but are they going to start modifying?
Well, and let's
other
face
things?
it, he comes in. If you want to play devil's advocate, you can say, "Oh, well, he came in during the pandemic,
Mhm.
and that was really what burned him." But in reality, a lot of companies, everybody went through the pandemic,
Right.
and a lot of companies didn't go into the pandemic with the same balance sheet that Disney did.
Right.
And somehow, Chapek manages to wipe out 36% of that budget sheet after doing all the layoffs that he did,
Mhm.
all the cutbacks that he did, all the penny pinching that he did.
Right.
He still managed to lose 36%.
Mm-hmm.
That's just an astounding level of incompetence that I don't think you've seen in business, since somebody bought a company for $44 billion and lost $20 billion the next day on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Twitter being that company, obviously. So nobody was sad to see Chapek go.
No.
Even Chapek wasn't, because he just got his contract renewed.
Right.
So he's getting paid for his full contract.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting a golden parachute to just walk away and not say anything.
Right. Right.
So he's set for life at this
Mhm.
point in time. He
Yeah.
basically stepped in crap and he's set for life now.
yeah.
What Disney, I think, is scared of is they've only got Bob Iger for 2 years.
Right.
So they need to groom a new successor in 2 years to have him ready.
Right.
Who's that successor going to be?
Well, and that's the thing is there have been a couple of different articles that have come out with, the proposed, hey, this person's, ready to come up and this person's ready to come up. So it definitely sounds like it's going to be somebody that's already in the Disney Corporation, whether or not it's somebody that's well known by, other people. Problem was Chapek was from the corporation too. So
Well, Chapek was from Parks.
right, but he was still, and that was what he ended up hurting,
Right. That
so
was what
much
he
of.
targeted the most.
Right, which is kind of shocking where if that's where he was from, but then of course you had everything that happened with Scarlett Johansson and you had
Well, yeah, he screwed the
all
pooch on
of-
that one too.
right, so there was so much that got hurt along the way of everything.
Well, basically, anything he touched, he screwed up.
Right.
all he
the
had to do,
streaming
okay?
and, right.
You're coming in as the head of a company
Mhm.
that literally prints money. It's got more money than God. All you have to do is not screw up.
Right.
And all he did was screw up.
Right. Right.
Everything he got involved with, he screwed up.
Mhm.
So to see him gone is a good thing. My concern is, who were the people that picked him in the first place?
Right.
They should be gone too because of
Mhm.
how poor a judgment they had.
Right. Right.
Because if they're involved in picking the next successor, you're back in the same boat. So where are you going to go with that?
Yeah. So it'll be, interesting to see. It's 2 years and a lot can happen in 2 years. And, obviously not as much will be undone because I don't think they're
He doesn't have time to.
right. He doesn't have time to undo it.
He's got to correct the ship right now and
Right.
get it back on course, get a successor going.
right.
He doesn't have the luxury of going back and retconning all the stuff that Chapek screwed up.
Right. So, again, how quickly things will happen, that will be, left to see. And maybe we'll actually be going sooner than,
There is a
later.
chance, I'll concede the point that there is a chance that we may be going back sooner than I had originally anticipated.
right. Because I even was under the notion, after we were just there in the summer, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to go back.
It was literally the first time I felt I didn't get my money's worth at Disney.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
I've bitched and complained about Disney from day one because of
Oh, absolutely.
various things.
Yeah,
And-
and I agree.
Iger, I was down on Iger for the longest time
Mm-hmm.
because I think he was completely overpaid. Now he comes back now, and he was making about 54 with compensation,
Mhm.
right? So his compensation package right now is about 24. So he's half of what he was at before,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the vast majority of it is incentive based.
Right, right.
So he's got to do something to turn the company around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But as much as I was down on him before, you really can't knock him for some of the stuff that he did. I mean,
Mhm.
he had probably one of the longest list of accomplishments of any Disney CEO ever.
Right, right.
I mean, this guy had more wins than Babe Ruth.
Mhm.
He was just literally the golden child. And that was 15 years
Mm-hmm.
as CEO
Right.
with a total of, I think it was 50 years or something like that with the company
I
in
think so.
general.
Close to it.
I mean, some of the stuff that he went down, Lucasfilm,
Mm-hmm.
Pixar, Marvel.
Marvel.
These are all the acquisitions that he made.
Mm-hmm.
So it was incredible some of the stuff that he's done. 2 years coming back though. I mean, it's amazing how much damage Chapek did in the short time. How
Yeah.
long was he there?
999 days, according to a bunch of different people, which,
And he did a lot of damage in that amount of time.
yeah. And granted, yes, totally understand. Pandemic, that put a lot of strain, but I think that's where you needed to kind of, everybody else is going through all these hard times. Don't put the hard times on something that is expendable, really. Nobody needs to go on vacation. They want to go on vacation. And that should have been where you had, less of a strain. And what he ended up doing was raising prices, for so much of the stuff that it basically became a place for only the 1% to go.
Yeah,
They didn't really care about the value resorts. They didn't care about the person that the locals who want to go and escape a couple of hours a day. They wanted the people who were willing to spend a week there in their high-end places, the Star Wars resort. Like, that's been
that big giant middle finger to the fans.
Yeah, really. And you have people that are like, all right, I did it once. I don't need to ever really do it again. Oh,
Well,
and
at
I
those,
also
at those prices, you
and I
can't.
spent $6,000 for it. Like, that's insane for when I could go on a week's cruise for that amount of money. Why would I want to spend 2 days in an all immersive? Ooh, where now, they have so much opening where it's like, all right, well, now it's this whole immersive thing. But if nobody else is there, who's there? Who are you going to immerse with?
Right.
Who are you going to play along with?
Well, and that was one of the problems that they had with the shift in philosophy.
Right.
And that shift in philosophy left people like us and a lot of other people who we've gone down 3 times in 1 year.
Right.
Whenever you've conned me into buying season passes. And, whoa, if you go 3 times, we get our money's worth. I get my money's worth by not buying the season passes in the first place. But for people like us, it wasn't practical for us to go down.
Right.
And they continued raising prices 3 times. Now, every year they raise their prices, and it's expected.
Right.
Whether it's justified or not. 3 times this year. This calendar year, they've raised their prices. They just raised them again on the local season passes.
Right.
That's insane.
Right.
So not only are they raising their prices at an enormous rate, and we're not talking 1%, 2%, we're talking 10%, 13% in some instances.
Right.
They haven't brought back anywhere near the stuff that they had taken out.
Right.
So you still don't get the ambiance. You don't get the experience. You don't even get, like, some of the stalls are closed down.
Right.
When we were there, we went through Magic Kingdom. You've got stalls that are not stalls, but stores.
Right.
Entire stores are shut down. It literally looks like
Well,
a
that was
slum
like when
in Disney.
we noticed it more so in Hollywood Studios, the one backlot area where
Right.
the Little Mermaid show, that's been closed, so there's nothing there. Then they had the little gift shop that was there. That's completely closed. The Playhouse Disney, that's closed. They had a couple of characters, but that was really it. And that whole area used to have a whole bunch of stuff. Then back where the Muppet store was, when you leave the Muppet movie, that's closed. So they have all these stores, and all these areas where there's nothing there. So you kind of walk through and you're kind of like, this is kind of creepy and deserted. And like you said too, Magic Kingdom.
It's like Disneyland, the inner city experience or something,
Right.
you know?
And then of course
I'm waiting to see like graffiti on the walls at some point.
and then you have Epcot with all the construction that was going on, which, hey, that's great. But again, like we've said before, you have all this construction and I'm still paying full price
Right.
for things that aren't open and
Right.
things that are closed. Like, maybe you should give me a discount. Or,
but instead they're finding new things for you to pay for. Well, you need to pay for your magic bands now. We don't give them to you for free. You got to pay for your parking now, which it still blows my mind why you have to pay for parking at Disney.
if you're a resort guest.
If you're a resort, it makes no sense whatsoever to me. You got to pay for your refills now too, because we got to chip the cups, and it's like, how many different ways are you going to nickel and dime people?
And then Genie Plus, and
that
whole
waste
thing
of
that,
time and effort and money. It's just, and this is just the parks. This is just how he screwed the parks up.
Yeah.
This isn't even outside of that. The movies and the
Right.
terrible television that they're churning out on Disney Plus now, just to say that they have fresh content.
Right, which supposedly that's one of the things that Iger is, like, okay, we don't need to have a new, Star Wars series every 6 months,
Right,
or
right.
like there's too much. Let's kind of
Yeah.
turn
We
back.
don't need a
on some of
12
that.
episode series of a show that we only needed 2 episodes of.
Right.
So
So
anyway, the Bobs are back again. At least Iger is.
right, one Bob.
Chapek is sitting on a beach somewhere laughing it up now.
Yeah.
I'm curious where he winds up. Like, where can you go after literally nosediving the company for the entire time you're there? Who's going to hire you at that point in time?
Somebody will. I'm sure there's some small entertainment company that would be willing to take him on, or something.
Just to have the name, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, hopefully it gets better.
Yeah.
We're holding out hope.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some Walking Dead. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment, and now we're going to talk a little bit about Walking Dead. So for the longest time, 11 years now, 10 years now?
10 seasons. Well, it was 11 seasons.
10
total.
seasons now, Walking Dead was what's been described as the flagship of AMC. It really was the anchor show for AMC.
Mhm, yeah.
It spawned numerous spin-offs already. Finally came to a close.
Yeah.
Very different ending than what the comics had. I mean, the series itself had diverged from the comics quite some time back. I think it's like, when I think of series finales, the one that always sticks out in my mind is MASH.
Right.
You know, the number of people that watched that was like record breaking. It was like people around the world watched it. I don't think Walking Dead had nearly those numbers. Why do you think that is? If it was such an important show on AMC, have viewing habits changed? Is AMC not a major player in the entertainment of this type of thing?
I'm not sure, because I didn't look to see what the stats were for it ending. But I know viewership over the years had dropped, because I actually had friends who were, diehard Walking Dead fans and got to a certain point where it was like, yeah, no, I'm done, and kind of checked out maybe halfway through, the 10-year span, 11-year span of it, and just kind of got burnt out with it, or it got a little too dark for them, with everything that was going on, and they kind of, were like, yeah, no, I'm done with it. And some people kind of
a zombie apocalypse during a zombie apocalypse with COVID. It wasn't the best.
Well,
thing.
and that's the thing. But I'm talking about even before, COVID and things like that. That there were some people that just kind of like checked out. But it was interesting to see the couple of different documentaries that they did, talking about the fans and how a show about, survival and the apocalypse brought families together because you
Yeah,
ended up
yeah.
getting people who normally wouldn't sit down to watch a television show together, watching a television show and becoming friends with people online because they were watching it. And that was kind of how you started watching it, because you weren't interested in watching it when I started watching it.
Yeah, zombie shows really are not really my thing.
Right.
But it's funny because as I kind of watched over my shoulder while you were watching it, it became very apparent that it was a zombie show that had very little to do with zombies.
Right, because it was really about human survival and human interaction and how
Terrible human beings.
how
can be.
terrible we are in a crisis situation, and who rises above, and you know, who becomes strong and who becomes weak, and what skill sets do you have to bring you forward.
Right.
You know, how are you marketable, you know, in this new environment?
What's your resume in the zombie apocalypse look like?
Not so good, I don't think. You know, and so that's what I think was kind of interesting, because again, that was one of the things when I started watching it. There was a friend of mine where we would watch it together, and we would text while, you know, like, oh my God, did you see that? Da, 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 da. And then it got to a certain point where they didn't watch it anymore. And I used to watch it, you know, in the living room. And then I was like, you know what, I'm going to go downstairs and watch it on the big TV. And that's when, you know, you weren't sitting there watching it. You were, you know, on your computer, and you would kind of, you know, you'd look over, and then you finally, you know, sat with me, and you'd ask questions. Who's that? Who's this? You know? And then you decided, well, I have to watch it from the beginning, and you started season 1.
And that was a painful trek, going all the way back to season 1, watching it from season 1, episode 1, all the way through. I think I started watching with you in season 7, I think.
Maybe.
And it's funny because I binged all those seasons inside of, I think, 2 months.
Right. And what was so funny was, you figure it had been 7-8 years since I saw it. So there were things that I really didn't remember, because it was one of those things where once I watched an episode, I never watched it again. I didn't go back
and it's a good thing I binged it, because if I had to suffer through that whole season walkabout with Terminus and everything, if I had to suffer through an entire season like that, I would have stopped watching the show.
And again, I think that you have people who maybe didn't start watching it at the beginning and did what you did and binged because it kept their interest, because they knew, oh, well, the good stuff is coming.
Right.
You know,
well, and then I did the extra homework, and I went out and I read on the Walking Dead Wikipedia
right.
the summaries for every single one of the comics for every edition of the comics.
That was actually, so before, was it before? No, because I think I started reading the comics.
You were reading them first, because you were reading the compendiums first.
Right, I was reading, because I had 2 of the compendiums. So I got up to, you know, the Glenn stuff. So I knew that was coming. And again, what was nice was there were certain things that were happening that I knew about, but I didn't know about, and things like that. And that's how a lot of the fans were, because there were a lot of fans that went back and started reading the comics or had read the comics to begin with and now wanted to see the show. So it was nice when there were things that were different to kind of keep you on edge.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have the whole Glenn thing where everyone's like, oh, this is when Glenn goes. And then all of a sudden, Abraham goes too. And you're like, what? That?
Well, and, you know, to the show's credit, they didn't pop his eyeball out like they did in the comics.
That was Glenn.
That was Glenn. Popped his eyeball
right.
out.
So that's where a lot of people were like, nope, I'm done, because now... But I think that was good, because then at least you didn't have a full blueprint of...
And that was the thing, like, it was
to watch ahead.
It stuck pretty close to the comics up till that point, and that was where the big diversion started happening.
And that's where you had the divide of people.
You started out with characters in the show that weren't in the comics.
Right.
You had character development with, like, Carol that was completely different. And that was freaky, the interaction with her and Rick and his wife, and
Right.
that was weird stuff in the comics.
Right.
You didn't get any of that stuff.
Mm-mm.
And I think ultimately it's funny, characters that didn't make it, either didn't exist in the comics or didn't make it very far in the comics, wind up being the ones that are
Right.
there in
That
the end.
lived, in the end.
And,
Yeah.
and are getting their own spin-off.
Right, and now are getting their own spin-off. So, yeah, kind of, I think you still had a lot of people that watched, and, but again, because it's broken off into a couple of different, spin-offs, it's not going away anytime soon, obviously, from
Honestly, I think that was one of the things that was very anticlimactic for me was, all right, so The Walking Dead is done. This is the end of The Walking Dead, except for these other 2 shows that are going on, these 2 new shows that are coming out, and it was like, it's not over.
Right, because technically,
it was very straight. Like when MASH was over, they had MASH spin-offs, but
right.
they were the characters in completely different modes.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had the After MASH, where they came back to the States and they were in a hospital or something like that. So it wasn't the same type of storylines where they're still in the zombie apocalypse.
Right.
They're just in a different town or a
Right,
different
the
city
zombie
or something.
apocalypse hasn't ended. You have, one group that's going up to New York. You have another person that's crossing the Atlantic and getting to France.
I don't know how he's getting his motorcycle there.
I don't know how he's doing that either. And then you have, the ongoing story of Fear the Walking Dead. I don't even know where they are now, because that was one show that I only saw 2 seasons of, and I kind of stopped watching that one. And then you have, the one show, World Beyond, that was just a 2-season, and that was it.
Well, and I think the problem you run into with World Beyond is they establish a quasi-civilization,
Right.
a military-based quasi-civilization there that is huge,
Right.
and dominant. And you've yet to see that really spill into any of the other ones.
Right.
It spills
yet-
a little into The Walking Dead with the Rick and stuff like that. 'Cause
Right.
You see
Because now
character
that's
crossover there.
right. So now we're gonna see. So really, kind of World Beyond was setting up the Rick and Michonne.
right.
Now, from what we knew, the Rick storyline, because we knew Rick was still alive. They hadn't. They had alleged that he was still alive.
Right.
Everything that had been planned was supposed to be a bunch of movies.
Right.
Well, now the movies got scratched, and now it's going to be a series.
A limited series.
Right. So now we're going to find out, okay, so what the heck happened? And obviously, we know it had something to do with the military operation that was part of World Beyond. So that was kind of like World Beyond was really setting up the whole Rick and Michonne storyline,
Right.
With that. The whole going to New York thing, we don't know why that was happening and why the 2 people,
They got to have Kurt Russell show up as Snake Plissken to really make it work.
That would be funny. But that's the thing is, why is it Negan and
Which they don't establish by the end of the season
Right.
finale.
Right,
Series
because the
finale.
only thing that we find out from the series finale is Rick and Michonne are, basically that was it. We don't know why Daryl is going to France. We don't know why, Negan and, why can't I think of her name? Maggie, thank you, are going to New York, because we know, at the end, Negan is married. He has a kid on the way. Is
Right.
she part of the thing that they end up, and that's the other thing too, is because they finished Walking Dead with kind of, all right, we've taken the town back. We've gotten rid of the bad guy, and, now everything should be good. So why does everybody need to go off?
Right. Right.
Like, you finally are in a good place. why you leave.
Yeah, given their reputation over 11 seasons, it's entirely possible that Ezekiel kicks them out because they seem to
Yeah.
ruin everything.
Yeah,
they
you know
touch.
what? Maybe it's
They're
not
like, hey,
them.
you guys are related to Bob Chapek, aren't you?
You need to get out. So yeah, it'll be interesting, to see. So you have the 3 new series. So you have Walking Dead Daryl Dixon,
I
which,
really hope to come up with a better title than that.
and now the other thing too that I guess it was from World Beyond, was the fast zombies, the ones in France.
Right, you got climbers.
You got the climbers.
You got runners.
And you got the ones that can open doors now.
Yeah, you got the articulated ones, the guys that can pick stuff up.
Right. So what is it that makes him want to go to France? Now, that was also supposed to be where Carol was
Carol,
originally
right.
supposed to be going with him, but because they were actually filming in France, which seemed kind of odd during, this whole time period, why you wouldn't just do, a set or something and
Right.
stay stateside. She's not going, so they had to kind of redo that whole storyline. Then you have the Walking Dead Dead City, which is the one with Maggie and Negan, again, very odd
Lauren
couple.
Cohen, who, by the way, is from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Right, she was born in Cherry Hill,
our
New
neck of the
Jersey.
woods.
And then obviously we have the currently untitled series, which will feature Rick and Michonne, which they kind of hinted at that during the last episode
Right.
of The Walking Dead. Plus you have the returning of Fear the Walking Dead.
Right.
World Beyond, again, was just a 2-episode thing, two seasons, and that was it. So,
Yeah, so Walking Dead's over, but long live
but
the
not
Walking
really
Dead.
dead.
Long live the Walking Dead. So yeah, we'll see where we wind up with it.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're worth watching moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back, and we're going to talk about some of the things we've been doing as far as pop culture-y, seasonally type stuffy stuff. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. So we've been out and about. We had 2 things actually on the show notes today, but we have a third one to add to it from last week. The first one was we attended the very first Monster Mania at Oaks, Greater Philadelphia.
I think they've actually done one there before. We
did the outside one.
We did the outside one. I thought they've done one there before, but for some reason
I thought this was the first one.
I don't.
It
think
was our first one.
It was our
so
first one.
We'll just go with that.
We'll go with that. It was our first one, and Monster Mania has always been kind of one of our local conventions that we.
We're not married to it. We don't go to it every time.
We were going kind of like, maybe we'll go. The biggest problem with Monster Mania was the venue.
Yes.
Because they would do it in Cherry Hill. They would do a Maryland version as well. And the problem with the Cherry Hill is that it was at a nice hotel, but unfortunately, hardly any parking, very crowded area. they did finally start kind of spreading it out throughout the years, but again, just in
Yeah,
general,
you were
even
on top of each other.
right,
yeah.
even pre-pandemic, you were very much on top of each other, and you know, parking just not being, you know, and I always felt bad for anybody that was actually staying there as a guest
Yeah.
and had no idea what was going on.
I think I told you years ago, I had a friend of mine who he had a cousin or somebody who was attending a wedding reception the same weekend.
Oh, jeez.
And they come down off the elevator and they're getting ready to go to the wedding reception and wherever the ballroom was. And all they see is all these people dressed in horror costumes walking out to go to the convention. It's like, I guess that makes a heck of an impression.
Yeah. So, you know, it's one that we didn't always go to because of, you know, the venue and knowing, oh my God, it's going to take us forever to find parking.
Well, and it was also a little high price for the experience.
Right.
We never really attended the panels, and it was always a pain
and they
to
really
get through
didn't
there.
have too many panels. They
Like,
would
they
do,
would do
a couple of shows, and that was really really it. So this time they were doing it at Oaks, which is probably our favorite venue of all the venues. One, because it's very spacious. Whatever we've been to has not felt crowded. We've done RetroCon there. We did the Greater Philadelphia.
RetroCon.
We did the Greater Philadelphia
I can't help
Expo
it.
there. And now we can add Monster Mania as well. One, free parking, tons of parking. And it's such a big venue that they usually have more than one event going on at a time, and you don't feel like there's more than one event going on at a time. The good news is, because they had such a good turnout, they are going back to Oaks next year. We did do, during, I guess it was last summer or before the summer, last May, they had done an outdoor, it was basically a flea market.
It was like a sweat lodge.
It was a sweat lodge. So it was nice to see them, you know, back here inside. And what was nice was the one area they had a whole bunch of celebrities, so that if you wanted to partake in
It
that,
was set up in such a way that you had very organized, very large aisles for your vendors.
Yes.
Nothing was crowded. You had an entire other area for your panels with plenty of seating.
Right.
You
And
didn't
it
have to
was-
sign up for any of them. You could
right,
just
and
walk
all
into
the panels were, it was actually open air, so, you know, if you happen to be walking by, it was like, oh,
Right.
so-and-so speaking. We're like, oh, well,
Then
we'll
they
sit
had
down
the
for a little
celebrities
bit.
in the back room. They had the food off to the side. It was so well done. I mean, of all the conventions that we've gone to, I think it was probably one of the best layouts that they've had of
Yeah.
all the conventions we've gone to.
Yeah.
I was very happy with the experience. I was very happy with the fact that I wasn't elbowing people left and right. Plenty of space. Very well done. We'll definitely be going back.
And again, like I said, they've already booked it. They signed their
And
contract.
the number of vendors. They must have
Yeah.
had, 30-40% more vendors there than they do, because you can house that many there.
Right.
They couldn't house that many in Cherry Hill.
Yeah. So definitely, if you're a fan of the monster conventions, this is definitely one that we
Even
would
if you're a
highly-
fan of just pop culture, because of the increased number of vendors,
Yeah.
it wasn't just horror stuff.
Right.
Which was really nice.
Yeah. And they have, a couple of, other vendors there, selling coffee and pickles and other things.
Yeah, but you had sci-fi there. You had typical pop culture. You had movie stuff there.
Right, because you always,
You had toy vendors there.
Right, because you usually always get a vendor who not only has their sci-fi or their horror stuff, but they have their other stuff, as well.
So before we move on to the next one on the list, let's talk about what we did this weekend, since we're on a convention kick.
Sure. So for our second year in a row now, we have gone down to Maryland and gone to Ocean City Comic Con. You found out about this a couple of years ago through a coworker whose husband happens to be one of the
One of the organizers.
one of the
of it.
organizers of it. Who,
He also happens to be a local artist down there as well. And that's how he got involved with
right,
it.
so that's how he got involved with it. So last year was the first year that we went. We made a weekend of it because we don't live that close to
And we had
Oceans.
so much fun. I broke a rib down there, so
So much fun.
didn't have that much fun this time around.
Yeah, thank goodness. But what's nice is they do it around this time of year, and there's other things going on
Yeah.
during the time of year. So if you do want to make a weekend getaway, there's other things to do. A number of the restaurants are open. It's not going to be as crowded and busy as it is during the summer. You don't have as many of it's more of the big hotels that are open.
Right.
The little small mom and pop ones aren't available, but the bigger resorts are. There's one of the resorts that partners with the Comic-Con, so if you
The
book through
Grand.
them, you get a discount.
The Grand Resort and Spa.
Right, even though nothing with the spa is open during.
No, nor is it particularly grand either. So
Well, I think the room we were in this time looked like it had been renovated versus the last
possible.
the
It's
last
possible.
year. But Winterfest is going on at that time.
SantaCon, you can do a pub crawl with a bunch of drunk Santas.
And SantaCon was going on that weekend as well, where I don't know if they do it on purpose, but SantaCon was going on last year the same time, so that was kind of interesting. The boardwalk, a bunch of the boardwalk stuff is open
As long
now.
as you're not hungry, you're not going to get food on the boardwalk.
Unless you just want
Fries.
But they're not open terribly late, so you can't do the convention till 5:00 and think, oh well, now I'm going to go to the
Right.
boardwalk for a couple of hours. So you do have to kind of look to see what time places are open to. We tried 2 new places to eat,
Absolutely.
and both were really good, so we would highly recommend that. So again, for us it's about a 2.5 hour ride, and makes a nice little weekend getaway. So
this year they actually expanded the show floor. They had 30% more space here. They opened up a back room. I have it on good authority that they're going to be expanding it again next year. They improved their food process. They improved their ticketing process. They're looking into doing online ticketing sales next year as well to speed that process up. We were very fortunate. We bought them at the hotel ahead of time, so we were able to get right in. They also are looking, not next year, but possibly the following year, to expand it to 2 days. So what's really nice is it's a great convention. And it's a convention that they're taking the profits and pouring it back into it and making it better and better.
yeah.
So just over 2 years of going, we've seen it get better, and they're making it even better after that. So it's a local convention run by locals, but it's people who are passionate.
Right.
It's local artists who are running it.
Yeah.
So they know what a convention needs to have to be successful.
Right.
So it's kind of a breath of fresh air to see that kind of thing. It's not some corporate conglomeration who's just out there churning out conventions to make money. It's people who are there at the conventions, which you can really tell the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that that we commented on, and when you had talked to your coworker about it, they said that was kind of the point. Most conventions that you go to, you have, here's this vendor aisle and this vendor aisle, and here's all of our artists. We kind of put them in Artist Alley, away. And you have a lot of people that never even go down Artist Alley because they're not interested in all of that. And, and in some cases it's a shame because there's some really good artists there, that just want to be recognized. And what was nice was here, they mixed them in with everybody else. So it wasn't here is just the vendor selling this, and here's just the people doing this. Here's a mix of everything.
Absolutely.
So you'd have, an artist next to somebody else. So if it was something that you weren't interested in the artist, okay, so you walk right past them, or you give a nod and you look at the next person, or maybe because you're looking at the one vendor, oh, there's an artist here. Oh, let me look and see what you have. So that was kind of nice that it was kind of blended
Yeah.
a little bit better than some of the other, conventions that we've gone to.
So, Ocean City Comic Con, definitely recommend it again. Before we do go, let's talk seasonal stuff.
Sure.
We've done one so far. We may be doing another one this weekend. What did we do so far?
So we did Night of Lights at Creamy Acres. So this was one that when they started doing the lights, it was only a wagon ride through. You weren't driving through. So you had to be in one of their wagons riding through. And then with the pandemic, they changed it over so that you could drive your own car. So this year they actually brought back the wagons, but you're still able to drive your car through, which is nice because then you don't have to, especially if it's cold or the weather is questionable, you don't have to worry about.
Or if their music is terrible.
Right. Then you can listen to your own music. So this is one that we've done the past couple of years. It's a little local for us. And what's nice is after, you're done going through, they do have a little shop area. You can go and see Santa. They do have fire pits now because I think last year, I don't think they were doing fire pits just yet.
No.
I can't remember. So they had fire pits. You could buy a little s'mores kit, which was $4 or something to make 2 s'mores. But hey, but they had a little bit more food available. They had like a bakery area, and then they had, cheesesteaks and chicken fingers and, some fried stuff.
All that Christmassy food.
And then they have a couple of characters, walking around.
Creepy
characters. But it's nice because it's a local farm that does this. You can buy your tickets online or you can buy them there, and a nice little enjoyable drive-through, Christmas light display.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. What are we doing this weekend?
So we are probably, depending on what the weather is, I'm guessing maybe Shady Brook.
Yeah, probably.
We also are fortunate enough that Diggerland, which they happen to do a drive-through one as well, so maybe we'll give them a try.
Well, and Shady Brook is probably the biggest in our area. That one's up in Bucks County,
right,
Pennsylvania.
Right, that one's further for us to go to, and depending on what the weather is like.
And usually what we'll do is if it's a decent day, we'll go up, we'll
Right.
hit Peddler's Village,
Mhm.
we'll stay there, we'll hit there in late afternoon. They turn their lights on
Right,
fairly early. You get to enjoy those lights,
Mhm.
and then on the way home,
we drive.
we'll hit Shady Brook.
Right, and if because I think the last time we went, I think it started raining when we got done, so we didn't do any of the fire pits, because that's another thing too, is they started having fire pits, but you actually had to make reservations, or they had private
They had private ones you
ones,
could do,
but
yeah.
they had public ones too.
We had to fight for a couple cheeks on the bench.
Right.
So-
So we'll see. We'll see
So-
how it goes.
It's always that fun part of fighting around the fire that we love to do around the holidays.
But now we have our own, fire pit. So
right, we have to assemble that.
we
This
have to
weekend
assemble
and
that this
find
weekend.
stuff to burn. We'll be throwing furniture and stuff in there.
So if you got anything you need to burn,
Yeah, bring it over. Just make
bring
sure
it
it's
over.
cut down real small.
right.
It's not a big pit. So, anyway, I think that's all we had for the show this week. Hopefully, we'll be back on a regular cadence moving forward. Now,
Yeah, we'll see.
we'll see about that. I took a couple of weeks off because I just wasn't feeling up to it. So,
Right.
moving forward, hopefully, we'll be a little more. Before we do go, though, I do once again want to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can find a podcast these days. You can also find this show listed as Insights into Entertainment as well on your podcast listings. Feel free to email us, write into us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Hit us up on Twitter. We do accept DMs if you want to send some over with suggestions or just feedback on how we're doing. You can hit us at twitter.com/insights_things. I'm stealing all your lines here, aren't I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay.
You're next. You do
All
the
right.
rest.
So you can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. You can find us on Instagram if I ever decide to post there again, on instagram.com/Insights Into Things. But obviously the best place to go would be our official website, which has links to everything that we do, and that is insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights Into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 147, Disney Dissected. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
So what makes you patient and understanding for this episode, dear?
I don't know. I'm kind of confused.
It's because you were patient and understanding with me when I was down in Disney.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't completely sure. I didn't divorce you while we were away, so
That is true.
So,
And welcome back to the show, by the way. You did
Thank
take
you.
a couple of episodes off while Sam sort of stepped in for the topics he wanted to do.
yep.
So this is your first time back in the studio recording for almost 2 months now, isn't it?
I can't even remember because I did an Insights Into Tomorrow episode.
Right. You stepped
So
in for him.
we
and
kind of filled,
swapped.
and then we were trying to find other topics to talk about to give
Right.
Sam some more time doing the entertainment stuff, and me, and it just never. There wasn't anything that
Nothing jumping out.
nothing
Yeah.
jumping out.
But
So,
he kind of took to the entertainment side, so he may
so-
come in and fill in for you more
yeah,
often. We'll
there
see.
you go.
Today we are talking about dissecting Disney. And this is really about our trip to
Right,
Disney.
right.
So as previously promised on this podcast, this week we bring you our review of the current state of Disney parks in Florida. Having spent a week down in somewhat sunny, often rainy, and oppressively hot Florida, we've had a chance to see if Disney has been able to bring the magic back. We'll take a look at the resort we stayed at, the amenities offered, and the service at the resort. And then we'll take a look at some of the technology that Disney's trying to throw at its guests to justify the drawbacks of a lack of service in some parts, but a cost as well, as they pretend to give you more services.
Right.
And finally, we'll talk about our experiences at 3 of the 4 parks, because we don't really go to Animal Kingdom because it kind of sucks. But
Other people enjoy
other
that
people
park.
do enjoy it. We don't.
We don't. It's not one of our favorites.
It's not, and it's not an all-day park for us, even if we do go.
Right.
And we'll talk about where those parks stand compared to our previous visits. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment You can also find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and we're available any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your show suggestions, what you want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things, or you can visit us on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Are we ready?
Sure.
Let's go. So the resort. So this was our first time back since COVID hit. It's been over 2 years since we've been back. Tried to take it kind of light. We didn't go overboard on this time. We actually did sell our DVC in the interim since our last time down.
Correct.
So we weren't staying at a DVC resort. We stayed at All Star Movies.
Correct.
So what was your first impression of the resort itself?
Overall, I really didn't notice much of a difference. One of the things that they've been pushing even before COVID started was getting you to do online check-in in advance of your reservation so that you didn't have to go to the front desk for check-in. And again, like I said, that's been something that was going on before COVID even happened, because we would normally do that, where we would check in a couple of weeks beforehand, and then usually once we got down to the area, we would get a text message saying our room was ready, and we could just go to our room because we already had Magic Band, so there was no need to go to get a key or anything like that. So that was still in place. So again, we didn't go to the front desk. Basically, the only thing that we checked in with was security. Once we first got there, showing our ID, they basically, yep, you're here. And, we kind of went on our merry little way. And probably within, 20 minutes of us getting to the physical resort, we got a text message that our room was ready, but we had gone to the main building to go get lunch. And kind of walk around a little bit before we actually made our way. So again, nothing really seemed that different from the last time. Of course, it's been probably 3 or 4 years maybe since we've been at an All-Stars or a value resort, because again, we were using our DVC for most of the trip. So again, I didn't notice anything major, different in it. Obviously, and we'll talk about it, that the rooms have obviously been updated since the last time we had stayed at a value resort.
Yeah, and that's really the biggest thing I think that I noticed about the resort was they pulled out all the carpeting. Because it was always themed rooms. It was always some kind of, print carpet on there that was relevant to the building that you're in or whatever.
Right.
We happened to be staying in Dalmatians while we were there. But they pulled it out. You had all hardwood floors. You had all brand new furniture.
Correct.
You had really what was an innovative approach to furniture, where you had a convertible bed.
Right. You had
down from
sort
the
of
wall.
a Murphy bed.
Yeah.
That when the Murphy bed was up, it was actually a table.
Right.
So and it was so funny because I think the first time we went to convert it, we were like, what do we do? Like, there were no instructions when all you really had to do was just pull it down. So you just had to make sure that the table was cleared off.
What was nice about it was the use of space was much better than it had been with 2 beds in there.
Yes.
The problem is that when we come in, me specifically, I come in with
Lots
a load of
stuff.
technology. And what I'll do is I'll set up on the table and leave it there for the duration. And unfortunately, we didn't have that option here because the table went away at night because we had to use the bed.
Right. So I could totally see if it was something where you were maybe only, 2 people in a room and you didn't need to have that second bed all the time, that you could, easily leave everything. But I could see for anybody that had 3 or more people, you would always have to transform your room or just leave your bed down, but then you didn't have
the
the table.
surface space.
So that would have been a nice thing if they had something where they had like a flip down table attached to the
to the
wall.
Yeah, like an IKEA style table.
Right, where you could just flip it down and this way put the chairs, because you still had 2 chairs.
Right, you had to do something with the chairs.
Right,
from the table.
and that was what was so funny, was like seeing other rooms, what people did with their chairs. Now the other thing too that we had was you rented a scooter from an outside company, so we had it in our room, so that kind of ate up some of the room in some of the surface room of the hotel room. So a lot of people would put their chairs against the window. There was actually one that actually just put them outside.
Yeah.
I guess they needed, that much more room. So it was kind of, you didn't know what to do with the chairs once the bed was down. Like there was no specific, area. It was basically, okay, well, we'll put it over here for today.
So they upgraded the bathroom area as well.
Yes.
So traditionally what you had was you have a small bathroom that has a shower and a toilet, and then your sink is outside in sort of like a little prep area.
Right.
And that, for privacy in that area, you typically have a curtain that goes
Well, it was
across.
funny because I remember years ago they didn't have the curtain.
Right, you had nothing there originally.
So that this way, if somebody was brushing their teeth, it was out in the open, but where the bathtub and shower and the toilet are, there was always a door.
Right.
And then at some point they added a curtain so that this way, if you wanted to get changed and, so they, they evolved.
So that's been evolved into a barn door style sliding door.
Right.
For additional privacy. But what really struck me was they replaced the door, the swing door on hinges in the bathroom area, with a telescoping door.
Right.
That slid in behind the wall itself, which I thought was a brilliant use of space. Like that's one thing that they really did, was when they redid the rooms, they did things to maximize that space. Like over where your cooler, because you don't have a refrigerator anymore, where the cooler is, there's a piece of furniture that's kind of like a little breakfast nook type thing.
Right.
So
because they had a coffee maker, like a single-use coffee maker there. They had your ice bucket there, and then there was a drawer
for all drink accessories.
Had like the coffees and the teas and everything to go with the coffee. And that area you could kind of use as a bar.
Right.
Your beverage keeping, snack
like a beverage
area.
cart, basically.
Yeah.
So the room was okay. There were a few issues with it. The one thing we noticed when we got in there was the lock plate on the door was loose and eventually fell off.
Right.
The room phone did not work.
And that we only found out because we went to call the front desk one time and went.
So we couldn't call the front desk from the phone. We tried to use the app, and we'll get into the app a little bit later, but we tried to use the app, and that didn't work either.
Right.
So you happened to find one of the maid service, and they were able to call
housekeeping, and they got a hold of somebody.
We had multiple issues with plumbing there, where they had to come and snake the toilet. And it wasn't just us. There were 3 other instances where I saw them walking around with the snake.
Oh, wow. So it was other people. Okay. So
it was an issue with the hotel itself.
Okay.
What else do we have? Drainage. Oh, my goodness. It rained, and you had literally swampland if you were walking around the outside.
And that's something just in general with Disney, you can find on TikTok and YouTube other people posting videos from the park.
Sure.
But
I've never had that experience. And all the resorts that we've been there before.
I don't think we've ever noticed.
Because someone would be out there taking care of it.
True.
They may have had drainage issues
in the past, but we just never noticed it.
Guests.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
And the one area by the parking lot that had the big drainage issue, they had one of the grounds crew come through on one of their little John Deeres and track mud all over the sidewalk in the process of doing that.
Right,
And no one cleaned that up. And it's starting to look a little run down and tired. There were a couple of areas there. They were basically fire hydrant areas that weren't maintained. They were rusted. The paint was coming off.
Okay.
So it was very un-Disney-like. You know, Disney is always, even at the discount resorts like that, they've always kept up with it. And it just seems like it's kind of run down. The first day we got there, the elevator, one of the 2 elevators was offline. It took them most of the day to get that one fixed.
Well, they were actually cleaning. They were cleaning the I don't know what you call it. On the top where they had like plastic panels covering the lights, because when we had gotten up to our room or down, I don't remember, I ended up seeing the maintenance, and they were basically just cleaning. So there wasn't anything wrong with the elevator. They were actually just cleaning it.
I see.
So,
and then really the only other big complaint I had about the resort was you had someone out there for the better part of a day who was pressure washing one of the staircases at the end of the building.
right.
And just the fumes, because it was an internal combustion engine compressor they were using. You were gagging as soon as you walked out of your room. Now, granted, it was hot, it was humid, the air wasn't good to begin with.
Right. It might not have been a good day to do that.
You know, yeah, I mean, have a little, you know, wait for people to at least leave and go to the parks, because this was like, you know, first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
They're doing this type of stuff. So, room service. So where we normally don't do room service, we'll put our do not disturb sign out there. They used to do daily room service.
Correct.
And now they're down to every other day, every
3 days,
every 3 days
or something. And I think it's every 4 days if you're DVC.
Yeah. And to me, that's a significant drop in service, because they didn't reduce the cost of the room at all.
Right.
In fact, it went up. And you're getting less service there. So that was a ding, I think, in my book. Paying for parking. Still one of my biggest pet peeves that I have there.
Right. And again, going back to that whole, hey, we didn't check in, there was nothing ever said in anything.
Right. It's
like,
just a
hey,
blind
by the
charge
way, because for the most part, this was actually one of the first times that we didn't charge things back to the room. One, because we had done a whole gift card thing, so that was a good portion of our charges, and then we just charged it on to our various credit cards, because in most cases, if you were using a Disney credit card and your bill was a certain amount, you would actually get 10% off, whereas if you were charging it back to the room, you weren't going to get that discount. So it wasn't until the end of our stay when we actually got our portfolio, and I was like, oh, what were all these charges? And opened it up, and it was parking. That was literally all it was. And that's where, again, we've been there since they've been charging for parking, so it wasn't a shock for us. But what if this was our first time and we didn't know? That's something, if you know, granted, yes, it's not the security officer's job checking you in, but if you're doing the mobile check-in, if you're checking in, you know, online beforehand, something should pop up saying, hey, by the way, just so you know, if you're driving, you're going to have this $15 a day or whatever.
How did they know that we were driving is what I'd like to know.
Well, because we checked in with security, that was what.
So that could have been a rental car we had for one day and got rid of it, or we could have been getting dropped off by someone. How do they know that you're parking there?
Well, and then that's the thing, is that we would have had to.
You know, I would dispute that charge because it was never detailed anywhere on the original bill.
And that's the other thing too, because what used to happen is when you would go to the front desk and check in, they would ask you, "Oh, are you, staying on property?" Because they would give you a parking permit. Right. So now they don't even print out.
And they'd get your license plate number.
Right. But they got my license plate number when we checked in, because security there was a camera towards the back that could see my tag.
So they're nickel and diming you there, which was very annoying.
Right.
We bought the mugs, which I didn't want to do, but you thought it'd be a good idea to buy the mugs.
Right.
And the quality of mugs have gone down significantly. They've got the cheapest lids. The lids kept falling off. I almost lost the lid twice. It's just, I was very disappointed at that, but that's there to support the fact that you can't get multiple refills. You know, you buy a disposable cup from them, you pay $4 for it, and you're allowed 3 refills within an hour or two or something like that, which is idiotic. It really is.
Right.
because Disney is not losing money on me getting a refill on my soda.
And granted, you almost never got a refill on your soda.
Right. Right.
You know? So
And the problem that I have
but
with
the fact
is
that they
you're charging
do
me
that.
$4 for a soda where 90% of the cost of that drink is the
is
cup.
just the cup. Yeah.
And you're
yeah.
putting a chip in that cup now so I can't get refills, which makes the cup more expensive.
Mhm.
It's an idiotic business model that they have there.
Mhm.
I didn't want to go on with any other complaints about the resorts. Did you have any highlights, any positives, anything nice to say to counter any of my complaints?
Well, the one thing I did like, which was new, I think, since the last time we were there, is that they actually have, when you go to the buses, if you're taking the resort transportation, because usually most of the time, if we didn't have the scooter already, we would usually just drive to the park. This way we wouldn't have to worry about waiting for a bus or anything else. But because of the scooter, we had to use the transportation. And one of the nice things was, as soon as you got to the area, they had a little schedule showing you when the next bus, estimated time when the next bus for the different
Right.
locations was going to be coming. So that I thought was very helpful.
And they've had that at the moderate and the higher end resorts.
Right.
This was new for us at
Right.
the
at the Value Resort.
Value
So it was
Resort. So
that
that is
was
nice.
a nice touch to see. So
All right, so we'll give them a plus for that one then. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the technology that Disney is throwing at some of these issues. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights in Entertainment. Today we are dissecting Disney. So one of the things that Disney has done to try to enhance the experience is go the technology route. And that technology route is apps on your smartphone at this point in time and bands and all that stuff. So right now, the Disney World app that they have with their nice little 50th anniversary logo on there is the central part of that technology push. You pretty much need it for anything you want to do: booking rides, checking times, getting into your room, pretending to call the front office because it doesn't work for that.
your photo pass,
Yeah.
reservations.
I have to say that I was very unimpressed with the app. I found it to be poorly designed. Someone looked like someone gave a 5-year-old a box of crowns and asked him to design an interface. It was confusing. It was not obvious or intuitive to use. Finding the information that I wanted just to go in and look up times or to look up available slots for reservations for different extra services like building a lightsaber or a droid, you couldn't find that stuff. And the whole thing was predicated upon this whole idea of build your experience. And in order to do that, you pick the things you want, and that's all that you saw. If you ever wanted to stop outside of that, you had to go back through the entire wizard and reset all your settings in there to see anything. And I thought it was a terrible experience. Right down to the point that you bought one of the new Magic Band Pluses. And what happened with that? Tell us what happened with that.
So I wasn't going to buy the new Magic Band, but the last day we were in a park, happened to be the Magic Kingdom, and at Magic Kingdom, they had a Haunted Mansion one. So, of course, me being the Haunted Mansion person that I am, all right, fine, I'll get it, you know, just to have it, whatever. And we charge it while we were in Hall of Presidents. You had already bought one and you had no issues getting it to sync up. Everything was fine. I go to sync it up and I get an error. And I try and go through again, and then it tells me that the app has a bug and to uninstall and reinstall the app to try and fix it. I do that, doesn't work. I try taking, because there's a QR code, so first I try linking it by the wireless link. That didn't work. Then I tried taking a picture of the QR code to do it that way. That doesn't work. Then I even tried entering the code manually.
Which is a challenge considering how small those numbers are.
Right. Entering the code, nothing. As soon as I would do it, it would fail and again tell me that I had a bug. So by that point, I was just fed up, and after spending almost $50 on it, I went back to the store to return it. And of course, the cast member there was like, oh, well, if you do decide to, you know, purchase another one, we do have tech support people, you know, located throughout the park that would be, you know, willing to help you. And by that point, it was already our last day. You know, maybe if it was our first day in the park and I had, you know, the whole rest of the week to worry about it. But this was literally our last day.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what, I'm done.
It wasn't the band itself, it was the app.
Right.
So that's really where I think the biggest complaint was, because there was a lot of things with that app. You know, the calling the front office.
Well,
when our phone
calling the
didn't
front
work,
desk.
we tried to call the front desk. You can get to it through the app if you could find it, because it wasn't easy to find.
Right, and that again, that was another thing, another challenge of things weren't where you thought they would be.
Right.
If you did a search, it would eventually find it, but it was like I shouldn't have to be searching every time.
It was almost like they did no user testing of this.
And then that was the whole thing too, because when we were having the issues with the bathroom, I was like, all right, well, let me just call the front desk. And I'm like, and I couldn't even like Google a phone number for the front desk either. And then the one day I actually just walked up to the front desk and they were like, oh, well, you could have just done it on your app. I'm like, no, I couldn't. And she didn't believe me.
Right.
And she walked me through it and was like, oh, okay, that is a problem. Yeah. No shit. Like, I know it's a problem. Like, I'm pretty tech savvy. I understand not everybody is tech savvy and you have to talk to, you know, every guest like we're an idiot, but it really wasn't there. And then, so you can't even say, oh, well, it's because you had an Android, because you even had the same problem and you have an Apple phone.
Right.
So it clearly wasn't user error.
No,
it's something with your app.
It was app specific.
Right, right.
So some of the other things I found were an issue was you could look up wait times for rides.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't accurate. When you guys were going around and doing things, I was riding around the scooter looking at wait times on the app.
Okay.
Oh my God, they were 15 minutes off, 20 minutes off.
So they weren't updating
They
as
were
often.
not done in real time on the app itself, which makes the app useless at that point when it comes to that function.
Right, because especially if that's what you're determining, oh, well, this wait's only, you know, or this wait's 60 minutes, but yet the wait might only be 15 minutes if you actually went there, but then you don't want to go there because...
The entire purpose of the Genie experience is you don't need a fast pass because we can tell you when these times trend here, and it's completely wrong. I lost my Magic Band at one point in time because it was on a little holder on my
original
one. So we kind of panicked a little bit there. We were able to get the ticket to get into the park, but I didn't have a way to get into the room.
Right.
So I was able to use the app for that, and it worked. But it was awkward. It's like 4 screens in, you know, you don't know where on the phone it's transmitting so I'm moving the phone all around the thing to try to get the thing to work.
Right.
It scans the first time and it goes green, but it won't unlock. Well, there's a prompt on the screen that you don't get an audible prompt on where you have to accept the ability to unlock the door at that point.
Yeah, see, I never tried doing it that way. So
Yeah, it was not good. And the other problem is they don't have any free charging stations that you can use around the park.
Right,
If you
and-
want to pay for them,
right. I was gonna say they have the charging rods that I know, and that was something that we knew going in from various other people who had been there and various other YouTube videos and things that said, if you're going, you're gonna be on your phone a whole lot more. Make sure you have some sort of battery backup so that you can charge your phone. And honestly, there was only for me there was one day that I had to charge my phone, but I really didn't even need to. But that was also because we really weren't using the phone as much.
Well, and we'll talk about that in a second too.
Yeah.
And the last big complaint that I have about the app is they have this device where they're tracking the vast majority of people because you're dependent on it to use the park, and they're not using the data. We wind up outside waiting for a bus. It took us almost an hour to get a bus when the entire line was full waiting for buses. How are you not using this? You're tracking these people.
Right.
And you're tracking them for the purpose of taking a picture and tying it to their account. How are you not using that information to dispatch buses?
Right.
Or crowd control for different rides? Like, I don't understand why you would have all this information and then not use it for a constructive purpose. They're using it to try to sell you stuff, and that's all they're using it for. And that's a huge insult to the guests.
No, I agree. Especially when it comes to the end of the night where everybody is tired, everybody is cranky. Why you would have all these empty buses. Now, granted, maybe you didn't have enough bus drivers, but maybe that's what you need to plan, is that you always know at the end of the night you're going to have a rush of people wanting to get out. Why not put that extra
and in the past,
staff?
They've had instances where you've had cast members at the bus stops. And the cast members are calling in the dispatch saying, I need a bus for this resort. I need a bus for this resort. They didn't have that.
Right.
And they didn't need it because they have the technology. They just chose not to use the technology.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that massive scam that is Genie Plus.
Oh, Genie Plus.
So tell us how much we paid for that and how much we used it.
So we paid $15 per person per day that we were in a park on a regular park ticket. So we only went to the park for 3 days, but the one day was the Halloween party. And because of it being a special ticket event, you don't use Genie Plus on that day. So we only had to pay for Genie Plus for 2 of the days that we were in the park. So $45, so $90 total for the 2 days for the 3 of us, because each individual person has to have it for however many days. And since we hadn't used it before, we figured, you know what? Let's try it. Let's give it a try and see if it makes a difference or helps us out.
We took one for the team so we could review it for the podcast.
Right. And granted, there are lots of pros and cons. There were a couple of friends of mine who had used it before, and they said, oh, it takes a couple of days to get used to it. I'm like, well, I only have 2 days to get used to it. So I either need it to work or not work. And the big push before used to be, buying it ahead of time and making sure you had it, even though you couldn't really do anything with it until the day of. And now there's some other changes that they're making to it. And again, I'm not really 100% sure of what they all are because we're not there anymore. So I'm not really paying attention as to what those changes are. But I know one of the major changes was that you didn't have to purchase it until that day if you wanted to get it. So
doesn't make
again,
it worthwhile.
Right. So
how many rides did we get on using that system?
Okay. So in Epcot, which was our first day, we did the Remy ride with it. We did have a
We did it with that, or was that with the virtual queue?
no, the only thing that the virtual queue you could do with the virtual queue was the Guardians of the Galaxy, and that we didn't get. And that I woke up at
So we got
6:45, so because they had a 7 o'clock and a 1 o'clock for the virtual queue, and I got up at 6:45 to try and get a 7 o'clock, and by 7 o'clock,
well, we already knew the virtual queues were broken.
right, so that was
So we got one ride in Epcot.
well, we technically had two because we ended up getting Soarin', and then you didn't want to go on Soarin', so we canceled it, and we ended up doing the single rider, which we didn't know was available.
Well, that's another thing I want to talk about, but when we get to the
Sure.
parks.
So we did have one, but then since you decided not to go on the ride and they had that available, we used that in place of it. So we had gotten rid of that, and then that was when we made the Remy reservation, because the other thing too is when you make the reservation on the Genie Plus now, you can only have one at a time.
Right.
And then once the time frame starts for that reservation or that lightning lane, that's when you can make an additional lightning lane through your Genie Plus.
All right. So we paid $15. We paid $30. Well,
$45.
$45 because I didn't go on Remy, so I'm not counting myself for that. So for $30, you went on one ride in Epcot
Mm-hmm.
for $30.
Mhm.
And how much did we pay for park tickets?
More than $30.
$1.20 maybe?
I think it was about that. I don't remember what.
So $30 for one ride.
Mm-hmm.
Then we did Studios. How many rides did we get on with Genie Plus with that?
We did. Maddie and I did Toy Story Mania with it. We did Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Coaster with that. What else did we do? We didn't need it for... No, we did use it for Smuggler's Run.
For the second run through.
For the second run, because again, we did the
solo rider.
The solo rider. So we got 3. Did we get a fourth one? I think we only got 3.
Okay.
So we got 3 with that.
So that's now $60 for 4 rides.
Mm-hmm.
Was it worth it?
Probably not.
This is $60 on top of $120 per person per ticket to get in to ride the rides anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we're talking about $150 per person for Genie Plus and a ticket. And Genie Plus got you 4 rides. That to me is a scam.
Mm.
The other thing that I found was interesting is we got into Magic Kingdom early on Friday because of the party,
Right.
and it was still regular admission in there.
Mm-hmm.
We walked past Peter Pan
Right.
and the Lightning Lane, and the Lightning Lane was easily a 20-minute wait
Mm-hmm.
at Peter Pan.
Mm-hmm.
What's the purpose of the Lightning Lane if it's a 20-minute